Okay, welcome to Pensare Basketball Live. We're going to be talking NBA draft. We're going to be talking to the Toronto Raptors. Have a very special guest with me here, Raps fan 23. Raps fan and I have gone through endless debates on Twitter Spaces, etc. And I've always respected the fact that we can disagree, but we can still come back to a sensible perspective, and I can always learn something from that debate. So I thought that it would be kind of cool to have that debate on one of our lives so that the audience can learn with us. How you doing, man?
Doing good. Thank you for having me on, Rob. Excited to have a conversation. Excited for the draft. I'm ready to get into it.
Absolutely. Okay. So first of all, how are you feeling about the draft overall? How you feel about the Raptors pick? 19 and 31. Where are we at?
It's my favorite day of the year to be a Raptors fan, the draft. I feel like we win almost every year. And now I think we're in position to win twice. I'm quite confident.
So earlier in the year, you were talking about how the Raptors needed to tear it down, and you specifically talked about guys like Rob Dillingham and guys like, if I recall correctly, Reed Shepherd. These were two guys that I remember you talking about endlessly. The Raptors losing that 8th pick, were you devastated?
I was. Yeah. I thought they wanted the pick as well, despite what they might say online or to the media. Felt like we missed out on some talent up there. But what can you do, right?
That's true. I've always felt that drafts have hotspots, areas where there's strength, certain positions, certain ranges. There are
Mhm.
certain drafts where there's a lot of parity between 20 and 35, which can be very beneficial to a team that's picking at the end of that range and very maybe not so great for a team that's picking at the start of that range.
Mhm.
You have told me just off air that this is a draft in which you haven't liked as many guys in a draft in a while as you do in this draft. So talk to me about some of the guys that you like in this draft.
I'm a big Bub Carrington guy. Like it took
I
me
figured.
digesting the film to really understand why I like him. Immediately, the first thing you hear is loves the mid range, and you get a little bit spooked, right? Because that's not the most efficient area in basketball.
I'm not spooked.
Yeah, you're not okay.
No, I like guys who I liked DeMar DeRozan. I liked Pascal Siakam as prospects. These guys were mid-range only guys at the
Mm,
time, so I don't mind
I,
it.
yeah, I'm on like the opposite side of the spectrum. You know how I feel about Grady, right? And the
Yeah, I
fact
do.
that I love him. Yeah. Then I took the time with a couple of people, which I think is the best way to watch film, to just sit down and look at him, right? And I saw a player who, to his own quote here, who was playing point guard for the first time,
Mm.
essentially be the heart of an offense and run it with players that were essentially near their fifth year all around him, and they
And
were
he's one of the youngest players in college basketball.
yep, in all of Division One basketball, and they were confident. You could tell they loved playing with this guy. That was big for me.
How much do you take into account winning at a previous level? Like, and how much do you hold it against the player for coming out of a losing situation? I bring this up for a couple of reasons. Number one, some of the international guys, right? I
Mhm.
think impacted winning in a big way. Zachary Sachet and Nikola Topic, I think, had a big impact on winning when they had the ball in their hands. And I think you can translate a lot of that. Um, then there are certain guys who maybe didn't have the greatest season. Pretty much anyone who played at Florida State, although those guys ended up, bouncing out of the draft,
Mhm.
didn't have the greatest season. USC, Isaiah Collier, Bronny James. Where do you fall in terms of how much winning matters? Because if winning matters a lot, then I think, it's pretty obvious who the
Mhm.
number one pick in this draft is going to be. He's 7'2", you know?
Mhm. I'm I'm somewhere in between. I like it, right? I feel like it breeds competitiveness and it creates moments for you to excel. Like a guy I'll bring up here is Jaime Jaquez. I feel like I didn't account enough for what he was doing in the tournament and as a player, and I looked him off because of the age, right? And then
Right.
immediately he comes in ready to punch above his weight, going at players on Christmas Day and looking like a clear rotation guy. So
We
I'm trying to not overcorrect, right?
I feel the same way. Like last year, I overlooked Grady a little bit. Right, I was more on the Jordan Hawkins side. I think I had Grady 18th on my board,
Mhm.
which going back, I mean, even literally the next day seemed crazy to me. Like I was looking and I'm like, oh shit, I messed this up.
Mhm.
In years past, I looked over Walker Kessler. So yes, I have massively overcorrected when I think about someone like when I think of someone like Donovan Clingan right now, I
Mhm.
mean, if it were not for Walker Kessler, maybe today I would be saying Donovan Clingan is, gonna be a bust. But now I'm like firmly that he should be a top 5 pick.
Mhm.
Um, is there any player that maybe isn't being mocked in the lottery that you could see rising up boards other than Bub Carrington, who I firmly think is in that range? Yes.
He's a younger player, even though we just talked about guys that were in their second or third years, or sometimes even fifth. Tyler Smith would be a name that I think is moving forward.
Wow. Okay. That is interesting to me because I pretty much have him at the back end of the first round. And in a typical draft, I think he would be a second round pick.
Hmm.
Do you think too much about where a guy would go in a typical draft? Because I have been pretty much approaching this entire draft with that in mind. So when I look at a guy like a Zachary Sachet being mocked number one, I try to ask
Mhm.
myself where that player as a prospect would go in various other drafts. Like if I could just slot him right now in 2021 or 2020, where does he go? Does he go number one? No. Does he go number three? Probably not. He's probably going eight, seven, right?
Mhm.
In this year, he's number one. But then I look at someone who's been mocked 21, 22, 23, like Yves Missi, and I'm like, does he go 21, 22, 23 in pretty much every single draft I've ever seen in my life? Pretty much. So
Mhm.
that's where I gauge relative value on a prospect. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter which draft you got a guy in. I don't think anyone cares that we got OG in 2017 or Pascal in 2016. They're just really good players.
Mhm.
So does it ever factor in for you, like, where Tyler Smith would go in a normal draft? Or and does it matter that he wouldn't go super high in a normal draft? And do you even agree with my take that he wouldn't go super high in a normal draft?
I probably disagree with it, but I'd say my take on this is that I'm very opportunistic. Just like it doesn't matter the situation, it doesn't matter where you are. There's this basketball player here. Your team likes to play basketball this way, and you immediately know what he can do for you today and what he
Mm.
might do for you in a few years.
So what do you like about Tyler Smith?
I think the shooting is probably the most legit I've seen in a 6'10 prospect who's also a good roller. Maybe
Since
I can't even think of a name. And that's probably on me not studying enough, not being like a huge college hoops guy, right?
okay.
But to be at the pro line, right? And just be that consistent as probably your team's best shooter at that age is big to
Right.
me.
I think the thing that we touched on earlier about how much do you hold a prospect situation against them, right? Versus how
Mhm.
much do you boost them for their situation can mostly be said for, maybe it can definitely be said for the USC pair.
Mhm.
It can probably be said for any guard that's coming out of Kentucky because, notoriously Kentucky guards struggle in college and are much better in the pros due to
Mhm.
system, due to opportunity, right? You can look at a guy like Rob Dillingham and you could say if he played for a different school, is there a world in which he averaged 30 points per game this year and we're not even talking about this? Or, he's I think he averaged 15 points in 23 minutes coming off the bench for
Mhm.
Kentucky, and that's just wild production. But for people who don't look at the context, even someone like Yves Missi, right? Like playing for a pretty big program, playing for a pretty good team. He didn't play a ton of minutes. I could argue maybe that's because he's foul prone, maybe he's physically not ready or whatever. But
Mhm.
his numbers don't jump off the page like a Zach Edey. But the guys of the G League Ignite, specifically, Ron Holland, right, Modest Buzelis, and Tyler Smith, of those three,
Mhm.
um, you am I getting a feeling you like Tyler Smith the most out of those three, or is that a misread on that situation?
Hmm. It's probably the correct read for me personally because of how much I value 3-point shooting. But I do really like Montas. I am a big fan.
Mhm. Okay. Um, where do you fall on Zach Edey? If he's there at 19 for the Toronto Raptors, where are you on the how
Like I'll
panicked are you if they take him?
I'll give you like the funny side of it, and then I'll give you the honest side of it. The funny side is I'm gonna make Zach my picture on Twitter, and I'm gonna begin posting film like manically. You're gonna see it all over the place. I'm gonna say some crazy things. And then the honest side is that I'm gonna think for a second. What did Bobby see? What did Masai see? What did Dan Tolzman see, right? That I'm missing. And if I can find it, I'll be happy. And if I can't, I'll wait for the season.
I gotta say, like, I'm struggling to see like him being a total bust in the NBA. I think he does a lot of things really well. The screen setting in his film, I was like, a lot of people saying, "Oh, he's just big for college." I'm like, he's big for the pros. Actually, 7'4", 7'5" with 7'11" wingspan.
Mhm.
That shit's a meme right there. It's not even like a basketball player; it's a meme, right? And it's like, as an offensive rebounder, I think he can be even better defensively if he's not asked to be the anchor of his team's offense and he's playing in limited bursts. I mean, this is a guy who's playing, 38, 39 minutes whenever they need him to. So if you can control it, if you can put him down for 20 minutes and say, okay, 20 minutes, go out and block shots, offensive rebounds, set screens like a motherfucker. And if that shooting ever comes around, I think maybe, 10 years from now, we'll be looking at this guy going 23rd or 24th in the draft and be like, yo,
Mhm.
what the fuck did we do here? This was a terrible draft. He should have gone top 6. There's rumors that the Portland Trailblazers would entertain him as high as 7. Is that crazy?
I want to give you like a funny quote on that. There's the same guy on the Rip City Reddit who saw Ryan Rupert come in last year to his restaurant, and then he was a Portland draft pick, and today he saw Zach Edey.
I have a feeling it's contingent on whether or not a team is going to trade up to number 3 and get Donovan Clingan.
Mhm.
I have a feeling they'll prioritize Clingan, and I think everyone knows that. And I think if Memphis really wants to get Clingan, they'll have to move up to number 3. And he talks about guards in this draft, specifically Bub Carrington, and the shot making. You've come around a long way. How do you feel about Isaiah Collier?
I like him. I am a lot higher than the consensus, it seems. You
Where would
shouldn't
he be on
lie.
your board? 15?
Uh,
Top 15?
Probably in the lottery. Yeah,
Okay.
probably in the lottery.
So I'm assuming, okay, so defensively, like again, the league is moving towards offense. You and I talked about it. We both listened to Dan Tolzman talk about it. He talks about trying to be ahead of the trend. And I've always considered the Raptors very forward thinking in their draft strategy. They were the pioneers of 6'9". They were literally the pioneers of it. And now we're seeing teams winning with this. We're seeing PJ Washington. We're seeing, guys like Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum. Leagues, the teams that are successful in the NBA right now are winning with long wings. So the Raptors check the box of being on the forefront of that revolution in a sense. Even Jaden McDaniels, like, it's just unfortunate we got some of the wrong ones. We didn't time it correctly. So the next trend, obviously, for a while was offense is way more important than defense, right? Looking at shot creators, etc. So you look at a guy like, specifically, you look at a guy like Rob Dillingham. Is there another player in this draft, like maybe down the line, other than Bub Carrington that you've mentioned, that has that shot making potential? Do you see it in any of these guards, any of these wings, maybe a Ron Holland, to someone? Like, is there something somewhere that I'm missing?
The closest person I'd say when it comes to just straight up elite shot making as a
Mhm.
guard would be Jared McCain. That's a name that
Okay.
I really like. But just like another, like a point back here towards Collier, right?
Mhm.
And the reason I like him, I guess this is the biggest one.
Yeah.
I liked calling him Mr. 2 feet in the paint because he seemed to get there a lot. And that was big for me, right? If you liked Indiana this year, if you watched them a ton, right? The biggest thing that they asked for their guards, no matter what, was can you get to the front of the rim? And can we figure it out from there? And they did a lot of the time, right? That's why they were the best offense in the regular season and the postseason. Do I see a lot of guys on the Raptors right now that can get 2 feet in the paint on the ball? No, right?
It's basically RJ Barrett.
Yeah. And he isn't exactly going there to go around you, he's going through you, right? So what if we mix it up with a guy that's looking to go around you and kick it out, or around you and up and under?
Do you think Collier and someone like Emmanuel quickly could play together in the same backcourt? Could you envision a world in which both those guys played together, played off of each other on the same lineup for multiple minutes? Because
Mm.
I'm not suggesting the 19th overall pick is going to be a heavy rotation guy, but naturally, if you are picking in this range, you are projecting this player to be at least a part of your nucleus and a part of your core going forward. And I sometimes wonder about guys who maybe don't project super well playing 2 positions defensively.
Mhm.
With Collier, I have concerns playing one position well defensively.
Mhm.
Do you share those concerns?
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't think there's any reality where you'd want the two on the court together. the last memory we all have of 2 point guards playing together involved two guys that could realistically be brought into like the top 5 argument for defensive point guards in the NBA. And that's,
Fred and Kyle, yes,
yeah.
and absolutely. And I mean, look,
Mm,
whenever the Raptors have drafted, I mean, there's certain things that we know about this brain trust, and there's
mhm,
certain things that maybe we learn each year, right? We haven't really seen them faced with a prospect like Zach Edey, so we don't know. We're sailing blind. He's a one of one, right? In a
mhm,
lot of ways, it's not like we've seen him pass. We've seen them pass on 17 Zach Edeys in the past, and we'd be like, they don't like this type of player. We haven't seen this type of player. We don't know. But when it comes to point guards, the Raptors have drafted or have been high on, when you consider it, positional versatility has been a huge component of it, even when size is not obvious.
mhm,
I think about DeLon Wright, plus size, plus length, can probably guard 2 positions reasonably well, right?
mhm,
Fred VanVleet, multi-positional, good post defender, strong hands, right? The
mhm.
closest thing to Fred VanVleet in this draft that I can see is probably fill in the blank.
Reed Shepard.
Absolutely. So, yeah, so I mean, this is where I was like, if the Raptors do end up moving into the top 3, I could see them moving for Reed Shepard because it's a player type that I've seen them position themselves to like before, and it's a player type that I think works super well off of Scottie. But with Isaiah Collier, I don't have any examples of them going for a player like this. Similarly, I don't have them going for a guy like last year, Keyonte George. I've never
Mhm,
seen them go for a guy like Keyonte George unless you consider Gary Trent Jr. Keyonte George-esque.
mhm.
So that's where I'm like, do you buck the trend? Do you just say, hey, like there's this thing that we desperately need, which is, we need like downhill attack. We need guys who can get paint touches easy because it's going to open up shooters like Grady. Or do you continue to just kind of say, we're not drafting guys if they can't guard 2 positions?
Um,
That makes sense, right?
it does, it does. And the only way we get the answer is tomorrow, which is awesome. We're at this point. But I think the answer is yes. I think they are going to buck the trend, and I think they did it last year. Uh,
See, weirdly enough, I thought they did it last year too.
mhm,
But in a weird way, they kind of doubled down on the trend last year.
mhm,
When you consider like what Grady is, size to skill ratio is insane,
mhm,
right? Like his skill ratio, and again, like if you want to argue Grady versus Jordan Hawkins, the argument is completely, I think, two prong. Number one, it's size,
mhm,
and number two is the all around skill of Grady, right? The playmaking potential, which I don't think is nearly as high with Jordan Hawkins,
mhm.
right? Because it's definitely not burst and athleticism, and it's definitely not polish or NBA readiness. And again, burst, polish, NBA readiness, again, things that I've never seen the Raptors prioritize.
Mm,
However, positional versatility, size to skill ratio are two things that I repeatedly have seen the Raptors prioritize. And in a weird way, as much as I felt that Grady was a departure from the trend, and I think that was partially racially colored, to be honest.
okay.
I've seen the Raptors pick, African American athletes, typically, all throughout African prospects, et cetera. You've seen them pick bursty, long wings. So when you look at Grady Dick, that's not the impression you get. But when you look at it objectively, 6'7", 6'9" wingspan, can play multiple positions, has great size to skill ratio. That's where I'm like, hey, Grady actually fits what the Raptors like. I just didn't see it.
Mhm.
That makes sense. Like I think he kind of fits what they do.
I think he was somewhat of a marriage between what we like to do and our new coach. I think Coach Darko had a huge say in what was happening at 13. In spite of us having like any proof on that, I can't remember the last time the Raptors just said, you know what, we need shooting. We're gonna get shooting, right? After
Mhm.
that stretch.
I think the as much as Dan Tolzman wants to say that positional fit is not going to matter, right? And I
Mhm,
agree. I don't think it's going to necessarily matter. Oh, we have a hole at this position. Let's draft this player. I think there is some historical precedence for drafting guys who at least have a pathway to minutes on the roster. OG Anunoby, started day one, right?
mhm,
Not as some dynamic offensive player, but he was starting for a pretty damn good team because he could hold his own defensively. I look at guys like Jonathan Mogbo. I look at guys like Zach Edey. I
mhm,
look at a guy like Yves Missi. I look at certain guys in this draft where I'm like, they have two things that they can do right now on an NBA court.
mhm,
Yeah, everything else is a nightmare. With Yves Missi, The passing, forget about it. Not great. You have to coach that up and pray. The shooting, he took one jump shot all year. That's a prayer, right?
Mhm.
Physically, he's going to have to get stronger, et cetera, et cetera. But can he get out there and be positionally very versatile and just, attack the rim? I think he can. Can he be a lob threat? Yes, he can. Can he do it at a like, do you know what I mean? Like there's something there with Zach Edey. It's the screening. With Jonathan Mogbo, it's the offensive rebounding and the screen setting.
The
The short
playmaking
roll,
as well.
the short roll potential and the playmaking. We kind of saw a little bit of that with Jonte Porter having a big in that position who has a little bit of passing chops. I think
Mhm.
Mogbo is a great example of the type of player that you can actually plug and play 15 minutes next year. And that's crazy value to get on a second round pick or even at the 19th pick. So when I look at a guy like Isaiah Collier, I'm like, what's his NBA skill that gets him on the court right now? Or is this another situation like Kyra Lewis where
Mhm.
yes, there's a lot of tantalizing potential here, but there's literally nothing he can do right now at an above level that can get him on the court, and that could break his confidence, put him in the G League for a couple of years, and then you don't know. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's that. I have a bit of a.
Mhm.
I don't know if the Raptors have ever drafted a jack of all trades type of prospect.
Most like I almost said Pascal Siakam, but then I realized there was a lot of work to do there. But there
There
was a
was,
lot to
but he
like.
started on day one too.
Yeah, there was a lot to like. My feeling here with Collier, I'll go big picture and then smaller picture.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're the perfect environment for a young guard. You look at our bench right now, who's going to be around him almost immediately? Kelly Olynyk as an outlet valve. Scottie Barnes is going to be playing with the bench unit, and you
Right.
have Grady Dick entering his second year, and most likely I'd assume that Ochai Agbaji is playing as well. So you won't probably be tasked with guarding the point of attack. And then smaller picture here, the one skill that I know Isaiah Collier can do right now is get 2 feet in the paint. Absolutely. On a screen, on with his own handle, in transition. I
Mm-hmm.
absolutely know that he can get 2 feet in the paint and he can make a decision. It's not always the greatest one. That's why his assist to turnover ratio was a little bit spooky earlier on. Got better though.
Mm-hmm.
And he's willing. He's willing to be that guy when you need it. And sometimes you need that guy on the bench.
I think with guys like Collier and a guy that I like significantly more than him and Bub Carrington,
Mhm.
I do think that element of, how much are we going to bet, like how many different pathways are there to success? How many versions of success can I see with this player, right? And I think with the
Mhm.
Raptors internally, there's always this um cloud of uh, what's the word? Flexibility. It's
Mhm.
always flexibility. They want flexibility with roster, they want flexibility with positions, they want flexibility with contracts. They're always looking to maximize flexibility. I
Mhm.
think with certain players, that philosophy, that internal philosophy that they have as an organization also comes through where you look at guys and you say, how many different pathways to success does this guy have? How many different outcomes are positive and how many different outcomes are negative? I don't see three positive outcomes for Isaiah Collier. I see one or two, maybe one specifically, and that's when he becomes that lead initiating kind of guard, like a John Morant, not nearly as athletic. But I don't
Mhm.
see like the second or third type. Like with Fred VanVleet is a great example, or Pascal Siakam.
Mhm.
Pascal Siakam becomes this version of, two-time All NBA, super, dynamic shot making type of saucy handle, forward,
Mhm.
all-star guy, max player. But there's a different version of him that's very Draymond Green-esque. You know what I mean? Like pure
Mhm.
defense, all hustle, right? There's another version of him that is just pure energy big off the bench like Chris Boucher. And he's successful in all three variations. Obviously, you bet on the upside, but like the downside is great too, right? For a 27th overall pick, if you got Chris Boucher, I think you're happy.
Mhm.
My point is like I, d- I think about that with the Raptors, right? Like with OG Anunoby, yeah, there's sure there was an upside of Kawhi Leonard, but there was a downside of like, what he became. He pretty much became like the 60th percentile version of what he was supposed to become. The handle never came along. Fine. The shot making in between game never came along, but a 3 and D wing, he is, great
Mhm.
positional versatility. And I think also within the confines of the actual, roster, they have prioritized this. Look at Scottie Barnes, Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby. We don't just wipe this out. It's the same organization that drafted all three. They like the fact that they can plug these guys in at 4, 3, 2, 5. You know what I mean? They like the fact that there's multi-positional versatility here. And again, with Isaiah Collier, it's like, okay, he gets 2 feet in the paint. Yes, some of the passing is promising. Some of the shot making is promising. The physique, for his size, for his position, he can maybe body guys, and he has a little bit of that stuff that looks like a star. But is there a role player version of Isaiah Collier? Like, is there a Jamal Crawford version of Isaiah Collier plus a TJ McConnell version of Isaiah Collier? You know what I mean? Like, are there like, is there a 10th man off the bench who just gives you energy for 10 minutes version of him? That makes sense.
That's a massive question. And I guess I personally lean towards yes, because after watching him shoot literally every single attempt he took in college from 3, I saw a guy I believed in. If you're that confident and you're that consistent from 3, and there is no indicator outside of percentage for me to say that I hate it, there's a chance.
Okay.
But just
how do you feel? Okay, go ahead.
Towards what you were saying, it feels like at this point the conversation should move towards someone like Tristan da Silva.
I was literally about to bring him up. I was like, what do you think of Tristan da Silva? That's great. Great. Okay, the same wavelength. What do you think about Tristan da Silva?
Out of everybody in the draft,
of everything I just described, and yet I'm not super high on him. But there are like 12 different ways he can be successful with the Raptors, I think.
Out of everybody we've talked about so far at 19, he's the most likely to be a day one starter in a spot that we currently don't have.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said most likely, because he is still very unlikely to start, in my opinion. But of those players, he would be most likely to start. You would start him at what, the 3, the 4?
The 3. Yeah. You'd plug him in right there. I think, no, it's not even I think. It's a fact at this point. He is a legitimate shooter. It just is. You watch the form, you look at the percentages, you look at the attempts. It's real. The connectivity is also real. You can expect for him to be the middle of the zone guy if Barnes doesn't want to be there at the moment or is doing something else and make the correct choice. You can even expect him to rip the ball down on a rebound and immediately fly it towards RJ Barrett for 2 points. Or to size up and box out the center when Jakob has to step up on like a screen. Those are the positives, right? And what you want from a guy who's already 23. The negatives, a little spooky. He won't guard the point of attack for you, meaning that's still Emmanuel Quickley. He's not going to create for you. That's not his game. And this might be who he is already.
Is there any Keegan Murray in his game?
Do I think he could break the rookie record for 3-pointers made in a season?
No, not quite, because I think that has a lot to do with the context of the offense in which Keegan was operating in. But like upside, could you see a little bit of Keegan Murray in him?
Yeah,
that's a bit of a leading question, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You know what I think is like his end outcome is, if everything goes right, maybe a little bit of 2019 Pascal with a little more shooting and a little less self-creation.
What about as an athlete and as a defender?
Doesn't have the speed. Yeah, I remember thinking basketball calling Pascal Kylian Mbappe in the transition, which is probably the best compliment you can give to anybody. And offensively, I think it's very close in terms of players that complement the guys around them well.
I think the upside on Pascal, again, like, and then this is about, the earlier conversation about succeeding in different ways. When we talked about Pascal Siakam in 2017, 2018, we were talking about a future potential all defense, first team all defense mainstay. I talked to someone who was very much in the know at the time that said, this guy's defensive upside is Sean Marion meets, Scottie Pippen. And to see the same guy become, more of a 25 point per game, passing, like the Siakam evolution is just, it's a stuff of legends, really. I know I talked a lot of shit about him not being a superstar, but still I respect where he went from where he went. I think the prospect Siakam was a massive defensive gem. I don't really see that in Tristan da Silva though.
Okay. I guess I'm letting my well get poisoned by who Pascal is now and who he's been for the last couple of years.
Yeah, and I mean, and again, that's a testament to his hard work and how he became or who he became. But I
Mhm,
think, like, again, it's like to try to get back to the prospect version of Siakam, the guy who was
mhm,
supposed to go 45th, and then we reached to get him at 27th, the guy whose entire shooting profile was built up on like a small sample of mid-range shots that the Raptors projected would eventually, translate to good shooting potential, upside, etc. That player, and evaluating him as that player, I'm like, man, when we drafted Pascal Siakam, I thought we drafted who I think today is Yves Missi. And
mhm.
that leads me into Yves Missi. And I think like Yves Missi is a guy that, currently Vegas has him going after 20. So the odds on, him going past the Raptors are pretty high,
Mhm.
which means the Raptors are going to prioritize something over a player that I think plugs in a lot of needs for them right now. So where are you on Yves Missi right now? Because he's a player that I've been super duper high on.
Every time I talk about a center or a point guard prospect in this draft with anybody, I remind them that their competition on the Raptors is nobody. It's non-existent. It's Yves Missi versus Air currently. We don't have a backup center. And towards who he is as a player, man oh man. If you want someone to step up and be at the level of the screen and follow the guy, like you're not taking a three, you're not blowing past me, and I can kind of be there for the floater as well on top of that,
Mhm.
it's him. But if you're expecting this guy to stand in the horn set and see the back cutter across the court, which Darko will probably ask at some point, it might look horrible.
Hmm. I think Ease fits the mold of succeeding in different ways, right?
Mhm,
I think with him and Zach Edey, and one other prospect that I can't remember right now, the fact that they started basketball late, I'm still at a place with them right now where that still matters to me
mhm,
a lot. Now, a lot of people hold on to this argument indefinitely. They're still talking about how Pascal Siakam started basketball late, and I'm like, bro, he's been a professional basketball player for like 9
mhm,
years. Like, let it slide now. Now it's over. But early on, I think whenever we're talking about these prospects, we're always talking about, is there a jump, like a big jump that's going to come
mhm,
when something clicks? I really trust the Raptors development program right now. And so I'm looking at a player like Yves Missi. I'm looking at his fluidity. I'm looking at his motor. I'm looking at his intelligence overall, how much better he's gotten over the last 2 years. I'm
mhm,
looking at his productivity, his true shooting percentage, his activity level. Again, what you talk about, being able to meet, the pick and roll at the level of the screen. Like, I think that this guy has a lottery potential based on
mhm.
movement patterns. And basketball to me is almost always going to come down to movement patterns. Is DaRon Holmes a better player than Yves Missi right now? Fuck yeah, of course he is. He's got a
Mhm.
better handle. He's got a better shot. He's got better everything better. But the movement on DaRon Holmes to me screams center, who is going to be pretty earthbound. With Yves Missi, I'm like, yeah, a lot of people are saying Clint Capella, but I see an outcome in which it's far far closer to Pascal Siakam.
Mhm.
Would you take him over, like, who would you take him over, and who would you not take him over at 19? Let's say, like, we're at 19, you got Bub Carrington there, you got Yves Missi there, you got Kel'el Ware there. Let's just say, you're the Raptors and you've fallen ass backwards into options right now. You've got everybody there. Zach
Mhm.
Edey's there, Isaiah Collier is there. Where's Missi, and take me through, like, why he is where he is for you.
He's probably in the top three. And the first question I ask you is why didn't the Raptors trade for pick 17 or something like that and just get things done right now and to get both him and Bub Carrington?
If only it were that easy. I feel like as much as I want to convince myself that draft picks are worth less this year, and I do think that they are. There are certain draft picks of obviously third, ninth,
Mhm,
13th that are all allegedly for sale and available. We hear this every single year, and then somehow GMs trick themselves into believing that no, I'm not getting enough value back, and they just hold on to the picks. So, you
mhm.
know, I think the Raptors are in a unique position where they'll be able to trade up or down, but any conversation of getting an extra pick almost always results in giving up a pick. Um,
I bring up 17 specifically because of this. The Lakers are heading towards the second apron. They want to
mhm,
retain assets on their team. And
right.
the pick that we have at 31 starts the round where contracts don't count towards the cap in their first year.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So the only thing that you can really do is, we have a player you like in Bruce Brown. You're dangling him, but you're scaring him. Like, are
He's
you going to
making
really?
$23 million. That's not a value. That's not value for anybody. So who are we taking back? I
Maybe
did
Rui
a video,
Hachimura?
bro. No, oh my god. I did a video in which I based
Mhm,
on analytics estimated how much each player is actually worth.
mhm,
Right. I came up to a value of about $8 million for Gary Trent. I came up to a value about I think about 32 million ish for Scottie Barnes. So he's technically overpaid as of
mhm.
next year if he doesn't get better. With Bruce Brown, I think I came up to a value of about 7 million, 8 million max. And that's factoring in upside, that's factoring in positional versatility, role, etc. I think he's a mid-level exception player at best. I think he just had a really bad year. But even if
Mhm.
he's playing at his championship, like coming off a championship, this guy wasn't worth 23 million. A year later, he is definitely not even close to worth 23 million. So the only utility here is you're going to take back a really bad contract. And you believe Rui Hachimura is worth it to get to 17?
In this case, knowing who we are,
Mm-hmm.
if Masai Ujiri makes that deal, I'm thinking, hell yeah. There's someone here he was willing to take on that ugly of a contract for.
I see. Yeah, I mean, like, where does Bub Carrington go in a normal draft? Like, where would you see him going in like the 2021 draft? Like, would he go above Moses Moody, below Moses? I mean, I'm sure he'd go below Moses Moody, right? Or even like since last year's draft is very fresh in our minds, right?
Uh,
Where's Bub Carrington going in last year's draft? Because I think this is the type of guy that typically goes 28 to 32 in a draft. He's being elevated right now because it's a pretty weak draft. That's not shade on him.
mhm,
There's a player who went in that range who ended up becoming Hibachi, Gilbert
mhm.
Arenas. So it's not anything against him. I'm just saying like the body of work to me right now screams this is like a fringe first rounder that is being elevated up because honestly, as recently as 5 weeks ago, I think
Mhm.
Bub Carrington was in the 40s on most people's mock drafts.
Yeah. I'll say this, right? I did a bad job of contextualizing it on my space last time, right? Because the first time you hear about points per possession, you probably don't get it, right?
Hmm.
But if I asked you right now, and just off the top of your head, right?
Hmm.
How many 18-year-old point guards do you think could get you 1.1 points per possession out of the pick and roll on almost 13 times a game?
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah. And I have a coach that's ran a dissertation on the play,
Hmm.
and you're telling me I get to get the kid with a greater than 2-to-1 assist to turnover ratio who grew 8 inches in high school. And this was his first year playing the position beside another freshman guard in Jalen Lowe. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Like, that's my sell on it. Like you said last year, you'd have to fight me to pick Taylor Hendricks above this guy. You'd have to fight.
Really?
Yeah, you'd have to fight me on that.
Okay, and I'm assuming that Taylor Hendricks went a little high for you
He went
last
9,
year.
yeah. Yeah, he went 9. Even Jet Howard, you'd have to fight me there too, and he went like 11.
So am I correct in assuming that you would have picked Grady over those two guys? I would
Yeah.
have picked Grady over Jet Howard, but like, would you have picked Grady over like who would you not have picked Grady over? Where was Grady on your board last year?
Okay, I'm like the most biased person on planet Earth when it comes to him, but I
6?
will right around there, man. Like right around where Anthony Black went, ball Koulibaly, right there.
Hmm. That is interesting.
Yeah.
And and when you're talking about Tristan da Silva starting at small forward, you realize that he's starting over Grady Dick, and you're cool with
Yep.
that.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't really care about Grady starting either. Like personally, I'm perfectly fine with him coming off the bench and being
Mhm,
that player for another year. It's totally fine. Long term, I see him as a starter
mhm,
for the Toronto Raptors. I do think that what I was alluding to earlier about having a pathway to playing, I think that pathway again, I know the Raptors will never ever pass on a player because of fit, but it does help you a lot as a prospect if you defend, like
mhm,
tremendously, given the fact that there are so many non-defenders or weaker defenders on the Raptors right now. I don't necessarily think that Kelly Olynyk's a bad defender. I also don't think he's OG Anunoby or Pascal Siakam in terms of like the ability to cover up stuff for other people. He's pretty solid. If you put him around good defenders, he'll be very good.
Can I make a
Yappa
comment
Scottie.
on him?
Sure.
On Kelly? I think he was the most out of position player on our team, and it stood out more than anything.
Explain.
A guy who spent nearly probably 80% of his career playing the 4 in Boston, in Miami, and even in Utah is asked to shore up Grady Dick, a myriad of like G Leaguers that are as absolutely letting dribble penetration happen at the 5 now. All of a sudden, that's just not real, right?
I agree.
You can't succeed.
And again, that once again feeds into my, as much as I don't want to go for need, I just keep envisioning how much Yves Missi cleans up some of that stuff. Again, if we had Christian Koloko, this is a non-discussion for me, right? He's right there and it's perfect, right? He has a short roll passing potential. He has a little bit of shooting upside that they were working on him with, and he can clean up the rim. Like rookie Christian Koloko, if people looked at the analytics on his defense, it was incredible. It's the offense that was absolutely unplayable. I think, yeah, I see your point. In terms of Jonathan Mogbo, have you looked at any of his tape?
And not in depth enough. There's a lot of guys that I'm gonna have to push into if they're Raptors selections, right? Like it's marathon time at that point, but we have a whole summer for it.
Yeah, we have summer league, and you'll be able to see them there as well. I like. I think they're, the strength of this draft really it's worked out super well for the Raptors. Bigs, defense. There's a lot of that. In a weird way, Isaiah Collier, Bub Carrington provide, a break from that in a sense, right? I'm not saying Bub is going to be like a non-defender. I think he has, like, where do you project him as a defender, since you seem to be very high on him? Do you think he could become a pretty good defender?
I think so, yes. But I think it's going to be within the context of a chaser and an event creator and a really good rebounder. That's what jumps off the tape. Not someone that you want in the action all the time. Someone who's supporting the action. You know what this takes me back to? I'm going to say it, and I have this conversation with people on Twitter as well. We're so desperate for Ochai Agbaji figuring it out that I can't even explain how massive it would be.
I'm not holding my breath, man.
But you agree, though, right?
In a sense, yes. Right? There's the NBA Finals and the NBA playoffs in general. Like, I don't think I've ever honed in as much as I did this year on the NBA playoffs. The minute the Raptors, I was like, it's kind of lukewarm on whether the Raptors would keep their pick or not. But about 2 weeks before they lost their pick, I pretty much relegated myself to the possibility that they were going to lose it. You know what switched me? I ran Tankathon simulation 25 times, and I think I lost the pick 23 times of those 25 times. And I was like, I understand that the math is the math, but this is just anecdotal evidence that I'm going to take to heart. So I did. And so I just started to shift my attention. I was like, you know what? I'm not wasting my summer, pontificating about Nikola Topic versus Ron Holland versus Cody Williams. I am going to watch every single game, every minute of the playoffs, every round. And I'm just going to try to figure out what is working and what is not. And there's certain player types and certain players in general that just work. And I did not see a single player that reminded me of Ochai Agbaji.
Oh, man.
That's not me being, shadeful towards Ochai. I like Ochai. I really do. Actually, when we traded for him, I was like, good kid. I know Masai's been rooting for this guy forever. And if he sees some sort of development pop in him, great. I also think he is almost always going to be better the better players you put around him. And maybe it wasn't super fair to him to have to play off of the players that he was playing off of. That being said, the limitations are so voluminous for a player on his at his age now at 24 that I'm like, there might be 12 to 15 guys in the G League right now that I think probably have just as good a chance as him. So I'm not really seeing lottery player. I'm not even seeing an ex-lottery player when I look at him. I'm seeing a player that I put in the same bucket as Javon Freeman Liberty.
Wow. That is scary.
Yeah.
That is very
I don't even, and honestly, as much as I like the defense, I don't love it. This is like, I'm pretty sure Ryan Dunn is a better defender right now. Actually, I'm not pretty sure. I'm positive Ryan Dunn is a better defender right now. And he is probably going to be like the 36th overall pick. So it's like, I think maybe it was, I didn't like how he navigated the pick and roll. I didn't love some of his off-ball stuff. I didn't love his motor at times. His basketball IQ was shaky at times. Some of the off-ball,
Mhm.
even the secondary playmaking stuff. Like, you need to do something other than be a hopeful shooter, cutter, and it's like, what's the prototype here? The prototype is Derrick Jones Jr. That
Uh-huh.
would be the upside of upsides with Ochai Agbaji. Is we hope he can be Derrick Jones Jr. Derrick Jones Jr. is bigger than him, and I
Mhm.
think he's more athletic than him. I mean, like, Ochai is pretty damn athletic, but he's got that, the length, size, etc. So I don't
Mhm.
know. But yes, it would be amazing if Ochai Agbaji works out for the Raptors. It would be amazing if RJ Barrett becomes a 3 times better defender for the Raptors. It would be amazing if Emmanuel quickly can learn, to defend the point of attack a little bit better, because he was a much better defender, in my opinion, for New York than he was for Toronto.
I love what you're saying though, because now we understand what the outlier development is, right? We're not expecting Ochai Agbaji to be a guy, right? That's like something, if it comes, you're happy. We're not expecting RJ Barrett to be an all defensive candidate, right? If it
Mhm.
comes, it's whatever. Now imagine for a second if we get players in this draft that are concretely better than these guys at things we suck at. Where are we as a basketball team? Yeah, that's where the question begins for me. If we win on draft night, who are we?
Um, I believe in internal competition. I think it's good.
Mhm.
I think maybe it didn't work out super well that guys like Jordan Noir and Ochai Agbaji came into a situation where they were almost handed minutes that they surely would not have earned on a better team.
Mhm.
I feel like I'm sounding like Fred VanVleet when I'm saying this, because it's literally a point that he just echoed over and over ad nauseum, which was, oh, these guys wouldn't be playing on a better team, et cetera. And it's just like, shut the fuck up. But I get it. I get it. That concept of unearned opportunity, it doesn't push you nearly as much. And so maybe you look at a guy like Ochai Agbaji who has one more year, and then the next year the Raptors don't have to pick it up. They don't have to
Mhm.
pick up that option. If he doesn't get better, it's curtains on him, and he might be out of the league. Like, with Ochai, it's like it's that close, right? Like, you're not you first of all, you weren't that young to begin with, right?
Mhm.
So at 25, NBA GMs just don't have that much patience for you, right? Over half the league last year was 25 and under. It's a very young league. And
Mhm.
every single year there are new guys coming in. So a guy who's 19 who's far from finished, and a guy who's 24, 23 and far from finished.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm looking at a guy like Kyra Lewis, who a lot of people really felt very, very highly about, and New Orleans drafted him, and they usually know what they're doing in the draft. He
Mhm.
might not be in the league next year. So the window is short. I don't think people realize how short NBA careers are. They're very short. On average, they're very short. And Ochai Agbaji, like being put in a position with Kansas where, he won a national championship, and he was a very good player at the collegiate level. He was arguably the best player on his team.
Mhm.
And to come in and just have like one, like 3 stops now
Mhm.
where it hasn't really worked out for you, that's tough.
I'm gonna. Hmm. So the player I think of when I like when we're using the example of someone who looked almost completely out of it was a lottery pick and is a forward is Aaron Neesmith, right? And when his situation changed and he got to Indiana and he was on
Mhm.
a basketball court that involved him, involved everyone, right?
Right.
He boomed. Ochai Agbaji came here to Toronto, who's essentially mimicking a lot of what Indiana does. And I liked it sometimes when he was surrounded by like extreme intelligence. That's what I call Kelly and Scottie Barnes when they're together. Extreme intelligence. He looked kind of good there, but he didn't
Right.
boom. And that pissed me off, right? I'm like, the form looks good. You're a great leaper. You understand when to cut. This should be like bells are going off on your head. I need to play well.
Yeah. I mean, the gap between these 2 players, despite being the same age, is insanity, right?
Mhm.
And I'm sure that you know that, right? Hold on, I want to look at their year by year, and I think, like, my estimate is that, like, Aaron Neesmith year. Hold on, let's see here. So let's see, choose seasons. So Neesmith, let's say 3rd year. No, let's go second year versus second year, and let's just see how comparable they are. So worth noting, Neesmith's younger,
Mhm.
not by much, but it tends to hold value. Ochai didn't play. What the hell here? Say Ochai didn't play in his second year. He did play in his second year. What am I going here? I mean, how about like it would be a massive jump for him to get to where Aaron Neesmith is right now.
Mhm.
I think it's just that's kind of like my read on it. I watched every Indiana game. I found Neesmith to be just a pest defensively. Um, maybe limited a little bit offensively, but I mean, he's a 80% free throw shooter. What did Ochai shoot last year?
I
So it's like it's not great. He shot 66% from the free throw line, 29% from three, 41% from the field. Like this is not good.
Mhm.
It's just not good. Yeah, like per 100 possessions, Ochai Agbaji is third. Like just to compare this year versus last year, because like Ochai is 23, Aaron Easton's 24. Points per game per 100 possessions, it's 20 versus 13, right? Free throw percentage, 78% versus 66%. 2-point percentage, it's 58% versus 52%. There's literally not one thing on the court. Free throw attempts, it's exactly twice the attempt rate.
Mhm.
So it's like, is there anything he does better? Literally, he's not better at anything.
Nope.
Literally nothing. And I think the only thing about Ochai's defensive profile that kind of like speaks to me and says maybe there's some upside here is sneaky. He's pretty good at the rim.
Yep. Yeah. No. The metrics suggest that as well. He's a very good second leaper. There's like I can't get the clip up here right now, but you remember the Denver Nugget game when we were there and he got Jokic on a second jump
Yeah.
at the apex of his shot. I just
Athletically, it's very interesting, right? And I think that is like where but again, when I look at a guy like Kel'el Ware, when I look at a
Mhm.
guy like James Wiseman, when I look at a guy like Andrew Wiggins, I see immense athletic potential with these
Mhm.
guys. Shit, even Marvin Bagley. Just a fluid, Marvin Bagley, the prospect, not Marvin Bagley, the disaster that has become now Marvin Bagley, but Marvin Bagley, the prospect.
Mhm.
My God, the fluidity. Like the way this guy moved for a 6'11" guy. I mean, you can project all sorts of upside onto what that's supposed to be. But in the end, it's not really what's supposed to be. It is what is. And what is comes down to your motor, your commitment, your ability to figure things out on the fly, your basketball IQ.
Mhm.
I think these things, just the overall basketball IQ for Ochai did not stick out to me last year. So, I mean, I'm hopeful at this
Mhm.
point. I'm rooting for the kid. He's under contract. It's a pretty sizable, chunk of change to
Mhm.
dump on a prospect who's. If things are going right for the Raptors next year, Ochai is probably not playing for you.
That means we picked someone that plays a position similar to him, and we signed someone. Like, man, if we get D'Anthony Mellon, it's curtains. Goodbye. Or if we draft Devin Carter by the grace of like good luck and he falls that far, it's also probably curtains for him. But I don't hmm, I won't completely say I'm out though. There is a chance for him.
No, I'm not out either. I'm saying that the upside argument here is like, I guess here's a question, and this is usually a good thought experiment. Ochai Agbaji has been waived by the Toronto Raptors. He has somehow skirted the rules of the NCAA and eligibility. He's been honored by some sort of exemption that is allowing him to re-enter the NBA draft and restart his NBA career. So Ochai Agbaji is now eligible for the 2024 NBA draft. Where does he go? 24-year-old Ochai
Um,
Agbaji, this player, you get to use his NBA tape as an example of the player you're going to get. But the bonus is you get to sign him for a further 4 years at whatever rate that he is picked at. Now,
uh,
24-year-old Ochai Agbaji is now in the NBA draft, which means he's competing against the likes of Bub Carrington and Ryan Dunn. Where's he going in the draft? Let me know, chat. And yeah, where would you pick him?
I'm gonna say mid 40s, and then
That's my point.
I'm gonna ask you, would you draft Isaiah Crawford out of Louisiana Tech?
I love him.
I know
I
he's
love
a good
that
watch.
kid. Like, I don't know if he's going to be an NBA player. I
Mhm.
don't know if he's going to be a European bound player. I don't know if he's going to be healthy. Um, but I love him. Like, if the
Mhm.
Raptors draft him at 31, I'm probably going to kiss the stars and just assume that they picked out something in his medicals or in his interview that just stuck out to them and they like him. He
Mhm.
has movement patterns, maybe not the greatest compliment, but very OG-esque
Yeah.
movement patterns. The broad shoulders, the positional versatility. I could see him being a 4 in the NBA and a
Mhm.
really interesting one at that. Um, I love his defensive activity level, his stocks, his shooting. It's awesome. Yeah, what do you think about him?
I am a fan almost immediately because I just saw someone who screams NBA. Like, you're gonna be here, right? You can stay in front of your guy. You can get to the board. You can be in the corner. You can be on the bend, right?
Yeah.
That's NBA. Like, that's it. That's why you brought up Derrick Jones Jr. earlier. I'm just gonna say I hate that guy. I hate it so much. I think he cost Luka Doncic a ring. Both him and
I
PJ
think PJ
Washington.
Washington cost Luka Doncic a ring, to be honest, but yes.
Okay, I think he and PJ need to lock themselves in a gym right at the bend and shoot maybe 1,000 shots every day.
Okay, but in fairness, PJ Washington was the guy being compared to Klay Thompson after round 1 and 2, okay? Like, I think Derrick
Uh,
Jones is the greatest value contract in NBA history. He was a minimum guy who started for an NBA Finals team. I
mhm.
can't remember the last time that's ever happened. Can you remember the last time a guy who was on a minimum like, played this
Uh,
many minutes in the playoffs and actually was successful? I feel bad for the dude because I think
what
he was
was
underpaid
Thiago
by, like, 12.
Splitter's contract? My bad to cut off. What was Thiago Splitter's contract?
I don't remember.
It may be him.
Did Thiago Splitter Thiago he started for the Spurs?
I think he might have. Yeah, I think he might have in one of those final series. Yeah, I'm like, I
Yeah,
think so.
that's certainly possible. I was a
Yeah.
bit of a Thiago Splitter fan, but I don't think he was a minimum guy. But that's interesting. I mean, it's been a while is my point. Typically guys who start in the finals, they're
Mhm.
minimum 10 to $12 million guys, upwards from there. So yeah, but PJ Washington for sure. I feel like it's hard to hold it against him, but his limitations, and how they schemed against him and forced him out of those corners where he was good and then pushed him to above the break and forced him to take those shots over and over, and his lack of
Mhm.
decision making at times, his defensive, like the turnovers. Ugh. Yeah, it was bad. It was really bad.
I always compared him and DJJ to the role players on Indiana,
Mhm.
just to vex some of the people that thought the Pacers were so bad, right? And I'm like, if Aaron Nesmith was this guy on the team for Dallas, Luka Doncic would be holding the trophy right now instead of the Boston Celtics. If they had TJ McConnell off the bench, if they had an Obi Toppin, anything like that, he'd
Mhm.
be holding a trophy.
That's probably fair, yeah. Like, speaking of the finals, how much does, what you watched from Derek Lively change your thought process at all going forward in the NBA? Because I think he was a friggin' revelation.
Hell yeah. My thing there is Jason Kidd, why didn't you tell him to shoot threes in October? If this is what it looks like, what's wrong with you, man? Just let it happen.
He was shooting threes in AAU, and I think, he got to college and he didn't do it, and
Mhm.
people just forget about it, and it's just like, there's an old adage that if you wanna understand who a player is gonna be, you don't watch college tape, you watch AAU, you watch EYBL. That's who they wanna be as basketball players, like, what they fit into in the college system, first year, figuring it out, usually a super small sample size, usually playing against guys who are older.
Mhm.
It's not always the best. The reason that I was always super high on Scottie, and I've been like the biggest Scottie Barnes booster since 2018, is because I watched the CYBL tape.
Mhm.
Same thing with Trae Young. There's just certain guys where you start to see it. Derek Lively, AAU, three-point shooting, playmaking, ball handling, it was all there. All of it for plain sight. So if you did your work early on Derek Lively, you're probably very happy on him. And you said you would have picked Grady Dick sixth in a redraft. Would you take Derek Lively over Grady Dick?
Probably. I love rim protection that much. Yeah. And can I make
I
a
would
comment here on like something someone put in chat,
sure.
hoping that Kel'el Ware turns into Lively. You should hope that Yves Missi turns in Derek Lively. I think that's where the comment should be.
Yeah, and you know, SP, I get where you're coming from, right? And so with Kel'el Ware, it's hard objectively for me. Both aside, there's two guys like this in this draft, Kel'el Ware and Alexander Sarr, where prototypically, if I design them in a lab, I can't think of more future-proof type of centers, right? In terms of the physical measurements, 7'5" wingspan, they both have that. They both have a theoretical jump shot. In Kel'el Ware's case, is probably more of a real jump shot. In Alex Sarr's case, it's more of a theoretical one.
Mhm.
There's a little bit of mobility there. I looked at, you know, Kel'el Ware's tape, and I was comparing him, you know, not favorably, but disfavorably to a Miles Turner at Texas, right?
Mhm.
There's you could if you squint hard enough, you can sell yourself on it. But
I guess.
right?
Yeah.
But man, I am so low on these two. I cannot shake the James Wiseman off of me. I can't. I just
I
can't quite come to it with these guys. There's something slow about them.
We
There's
have this
something.
revolving clip, right? Of him on defense. I think it's again, I don't remember the exact team. It's another Big Ten opponent, right? He steps out, he doesn't raise his hands for a contest. The guard misses, right? He's not
Yep.
boxing anyone out, and then his man grabs the ball and he fouls him for an and one. I'm just like, you didn't put in the effort there, then you didn't put the effort in again, and then you compounded it with a foul. And I'm just like, hey man, this is the kind of stuff where Jack Armstrong gets on the mic and says we might need to get you off the court.
Yeah, I think motor issues at the college level is a massive red flag for me. I know everyone gets very hyped. Now, I was listening to William Liu's new podcast. He talks about how he thinks Kel'el Ware is the guy. He prefers him over everybody. And this is not me misquoting it. Literally
Mm,
just heard that podcast. He was reacting to all the mock drafts. One of them had Kel'el Ware. He says, "This is my favorite." So I'm like, I get it. I totally get it. If you watch the highlights of him play, but have you watched the full game of Kel'el Ware play? And did you watch that quarter of Kel'el Ware's, you know, game? And it's just like, if you did, then tell me you're not like you're still sold. Because in a draft this week,
mhm.
if Kel'el Ware, if anyone believed Kel'el Ware could be what he's supposedly being marked as his upside, if anyone believed that was a realistic outcome, he'd be a top 5 pick.
Yeah.
100%. But he's not. And therein lies sort of the controversy of upside, or the, you know, the temptation of upside, is like, why do we often measure upside only externally?
Mhm.
Skill set, physique. Why do we never talk about the upside internally? A guy who overcame an injury, a guy who picked up the sport late but has vastly, you know, overcome obstacles. Up, you know, when I think about, you know, players succeeding or failing at the NBA level, it's almost more art than science ever, anyways, right?
Mhm.
Like I think about a guy like Yves Missi, you know, language barrier coming over, you know, learning a new sport, having all of that. That's a barrier. I think about a guy like Isaiah Crawford, great
Mhm.
example of a guy who just overcame so many injuries and overcame all of that, and then how much he's still come out of it positive and loving the game. That to me is upside. That why is that not upside? Why is upside only measured in 7'7" wingspans? Why is the poster child for upside Bruno Caboclo is kind of my question.
Oh my god. Um, I think people don't. People don't think. People can't imagine that success can look different. They're a little boxed out, right?
Have they
Before,
not watched TJ McConnell play basketball?
they didn't believe it. They didn't believe it before the playoffs. They didn't believe it during the regular season, and they didn't believe it even in the Eastern Conference Finals. They didn't think. Most people weren't. Most people didn't think the Boston Celtics would win this way before they won the 65 games or looked dominant in the playoffs. They all thought that chucking threes or being the team to try to revolutionize was wrong, right? Just like how people didn't think you could win with a center until Nikola Jokic spawned. And I guess Joel Embiid in some ways. I won't be too disrespectful of him. He's a little unlucky health wise. And now I think teams can win playing pace ball. And I call it pace ball because it's like a funny name towards the Pacers, right? I think you can win playing at a 105 pace. I think that can be conducive to a title. yeah, hell yeah, you're going to give up more points than usual, right? Because you're out of position. Hell yeah, the other team's going to create good looks, right? But if you can have just enough, right? Like if there was one more good defender at the wing on that team, right, to slow down Jalen or Jason, they could have won that series. And I'm going to keep pushing that.
I picked the Dallas Mavericks to win that series in 6. So I'm that idiot, right? I did it because I vastly overthought it in terms of how important your top 2 guys are. It's funny because when the Celtics initially traded for Drew Holiday, I said, "Man, they just bought a championship." And I debated a lot of people about the value of Drew Holiday versus the value of Damian Lillard and how the value of one is a little less obvious than the other, but the value still exists. But ultimately, over the year, I kind of just really, really fell in love with the Mavericks and what they could do and the theory of Luka. And I firmly believe, as much as you're saying, like if they had another defender, I think if Luka was healthy, it's a different story, right? The burst just wasn't there. He was laboring. He was, clearly frustrated. And I think there's a comment by Anthony Edwards where he says, "We never planned to get this far." I think initially the illusion that the point is you train differently if you're planning to play through June, and you play differently if you plan for your season to end in April. And I think that's true. If you train for 112 games or 110 games, you have to train differently completely. And I don't think that Luka trained for
Not at all
run like this. And I think that showed.
Even, man, if that's him at 50% or even maybe 60, I struggle to think what it looks like if he sheds weight and he comes in ready at 100. Like it might genuinely be scary. And there's reports going around that Dallas is of the mindset that you don't step back once you commit with trading picks, you double down.
Right.
What? Like if these guys go out and get like a Jeremy Grant just to get rid of PJ's minutes sometimes, or maybe even a Kyle Kuzma, even though they're not maybe as good of defenders as PJ, it could look great. Like Dallas could win the West again.
I mean, going into next year, it's hard for me to say that any team is going to get ahead of the Boston Celtics, decidedly. But if there is a team that can get ahead of them, you would put Dallas at the top of that heap?
Hell no. My 2 teams would be OKC and probably Indiana.
Okay. Yeah. So I love that we disagree on Indiana.
Okay.
I picked them to lose in the first round. So I was wrong there. Then I picked them to lose in the second round. I was wrong again because the Knicks just basically evaporated and were dressing, the caretaker by the 7th game. And then I picked them to get swept in the conference finals, and I was finally right, but not without a lot of scares. The reason that I like Indiana is because of their young players. Andrew Nembhard. I'm not a huge Benedict Mathurin fan, but I really like Jarris Walker. Jarris Walker is my guy. Like I would trade so much for the Raptors to get Jarris Walker right now. Like that
was almost the robbery of the century if it happened. Yeah, we would have been talking about that for a long time if he was in the Siakam deal.
Yeah, honestly, like I think again, like I think just positional versatility, shooting, size to skill ratio, multi-positional athlete, really good athlete. Like there's just so much to like about him, and just see him being rolled out in garbage time, and I was just like, I get it, but at the same time, like, man, this guy probably would be starting for the Raptors next season. I hate the fact that there is such a disparity between the depth that we have, and again, we sell ourselves on our depth, right? Because that's who's there. Guys like Gary Trent Jr. get gassed up, as 16, 18, 20 million guys, whatever. But it's like, where's Gary Trent Jr. on New York's depth chart right now? Is he ahead of Alec Burks right now? Where is he? Exactly. And it's just like, that's where it drives me crazy with Raptor fans sometimes. And again, this is my biggest beef with Raptor fans sometimes on Twitter is like, watch other teams play. Like, I look at a guy like Dyson Daniels on New Orleans, right? And I'm like, no cap, I'll start that guy next year. He solves 95% of my point of attack issues. Yeah, he can't shoot right now very well, but so what? Like half my roster can't shoot very well. At the very least, I'm getting something. Like he is so much better. Would you like take me like let's kind of like ease away from the draft a little bit, unless there's someone else you really want to talk about the draft that we
I
haven't
want to
touched on.
bring up one thing just because I saw it recently and I think it came
Sure.
out recently. Kyshawn George just made a comment towards saying that he wants to play for Team Canada. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, he is Canadian. Yeah, he has a citizenship.
How did I not know this?
Yeah, his father, in fact, lives here. And he played high school basketball here as well. Yeah.
I did not know this.
Yeah,
I,
just like alarm bells time. Yeah, that guy, very big chance. Big chance he's a Raptor.
big chance he's a Raptor at 19.
Big chance at both picks, I'd say.
I can see it at 31. I can't fully get around it at 19 because again, the way boards work, he would have to be top 19 on my board for him to be there, and he's not top 19 on my board. He's like top 29 on my board.
Can I sell
So
you a little bit?
yes, please.
He's a guy that I watched. Go back to maybe 2020, Fred. This is prior to the hip flexor injury. This guy's gonna post up at the Raptor logo and give you about 40% from there. Like, I'm not even joking. I think he can do that right now. And then on top of that,
Was
you
he
run
like
this.
he was 36% on pull-ups, pull-up threes. He shot 40% from three, right?
Yeah, 42.
42% from three.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
absurd.
It is absurd. Do you know the average distance on those threes?
I can't. No. I probably should have, but I don't know where the U is because he plays for Miami, right? Where that logo starts and ends. But I'd guess like 30 feet, 30 to 35 feet. This guy just launches sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a court molder.
Athletically, first step, finishing, defense. Any of these things worry about him at all?
First step's better than most people would suggest if you watch him. Athletically, oh my God, he's not gifted. It could be a lot better. Legit 6'8", probably even taller than that, even though he measured in at a little bit shorter. He looks bigger than that. Maybe it's the hair, right? When he has it out. And defensively, event creator, boom, boom, boom. Don't dribble around this guy. His hands are there. Yeah. And
So there's a lot of Fred.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Fred there.
And if he shoot, and if you're a shorter player and you don't bump him off his spot, he's sending your shot into the crowd.
Do you prefer him as a prospect to someone like Pacom Dadier?
Man, I gotta watch that guy too because I posted a synergy board about his pull-up shooting, right, and what he looked like as a guy. Man, I don't know. I can't say either way because I gotta watch it.
I think that's going to be a debate in the Raptors locker room. Sorry, in their war room if both those guys end up at 31. I don't know. I think in a draft starved for upside, when you see a guy like Kyshawn George, when you see a guy like Bub Carrington, you're like, is this more Josh Primo or is this more Andrew Bynum in terms of like the overall what I'm looking at, right? Am I just hyping myself up because these guys are young and because they have positional size? For Bub Carrington, there's plus wingspan, plus size if he's a point guard. Yeah, you can really sell yourself on like, oh my God, like, okay, here, I think this is a really good question. Have you looked at the 2025 draft?
Not yet. I start my process later than most people. I know a couple names though. Like I'm a big Liam McNeely guy. Like he's heading towards Dan Hurley, and I think he's going to be the next guy in the mold of Derek White, and like just the pure support superstar.
One of the ways, interesting, like one of the ways I've been looking at this draft is I'm trying to ask myself in terms of the upside, if this guy goes back to school one more year, where's he going next year? This is where I've always been. When I look at a guy like Nikola Topic, if the injury is not a repeat injury, if it's not something chronic, if he recovered, if he had another solid year in Serbia, I see him being a top 8 pick next year. There are rumors that he could fall outside the top 14 this year, which I do not buy at all. So that's where I'm like, what's the upside? With a guy like Kyshawn George, if he goes back, I'm curious if he's a first rounder next year. Or if he's like a mid-second rounder next year.
Based on the brand of basketball that they played in Miami, just based on every possession that I watched, I think he's a solidified first-round pick as an older prospect with a little more experience. The numbers jump. He gets a little more smooth, more pick-and-roll duty, and maybe a little more at the point of attack. Maybe he gets a little better there. Yeah, he'd be an absolute first rounder. I know that there isn't as much age in next year's draft as there is in this one, right? And
Yeah.
that's the
I mean,
distinction.
he's going to be 21 this year,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if you're picking him next year, he's 22 in
Uh-huh.
the same year he's drafted. I think like with the athletic limitations, there's a world in which he's barely drafted next year. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But again, like the way age is used to penalize players, we saw a player who was far more productive than him and Julian Strawther last year go right at the end of the first round.
Mm-hmm.
Again, being a little bit older. How would you say he was a better college player than Julian Strawther?
No. Julian Strawther was the key cog on a team that won a lot of games in Gonzaga.
Right. And so that's what I'm saying. Like age is generally penalized, and ultimately, whether or not I think there's a broader picture here too, which is yeah, you're drafting players, but you're also drafting assets, right? I
Mm-hmm.
look at players, I look at teams that have drafted well, specifically the OKC Thunder, right? Look at a guy like Kayson Wallace, Jalen Williams, the other Jalen Williams, Chet Holmgren. Like this is a team that has just been on a hit streak of,
Mm-hmm.
knocking out draft picks with the exception of maybe Usman Jang and Josh Giddey to some extent, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
But even Josh Giddey, I would say Josh Giddey performed reasonably well for a 6th overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
So I look at that and I'm like, they just traded. Granted, some people say they should have gotten more for it, but they just traded a player for the premier defender or one of the most premier defenders in basketball, and Alex Caruso on a steal of a deal. That's the upside of drafting well, to
Mm-hmm.
me. That's also the upside of drafting upside.
Yeah, it
In an
literally.
ironic sense, right? Because if Josh Giddey was Chris Duarte or Davion Mitchell, I mean, right now, if the Sacramento Kings wanted to trade Davion Mitchell, I don't think they can get a 2nd-round pick for him.
Can I give you a
And that's the
hypothetical?
upside. Go ahead.
If the Heat drafted Cam Whitmore rather than Jaime Jaquez last year, is Dame wearing a Heat jersey?
Yes.
You think so?
I think it would have just been that much more tempting, especially because, I mean, the deal happened after Summer League, right? And Cam Whitmore had a pretty decent Summer League, and he was young, and there were a lot of health concerns, right? And so if he could have shown that he was healthy, then maybe a lot of the people that saw him as a top 5, top 6 pick earlier in the draft cycle, because again, Cam Whitmore doing really well for the Houston Rockets. I wasn't super high on him. I think I had him 13th or 14th on my board. He fell like right past, right? So the people, like, I think you have to look at, like, this is a human thing, right? When you're a GM, I'm a GM, I call you up and I say, what's your interest level in X player, Y player? That's a very loaded question that comes back to how you felt about that player for many years, right? The reason, that you could have pretty much guaranteed yourself that somehow, some way, if Ochai Agbaji had not worked out, at the 14th overall pick, that somehow he's going to end up a Raptor was largely because of Masai's involvement in his entire draft cycle. And how you feel about that player early on, it matters, which is why guys like James Wiseman end up going to a 2nd team and probably will end up in a 3rd team, because at some point somewhere there's an anchoring bias where someone sold themselves on what this player could have been, and everyone thinks, well, they didn't get it right, maybe I'll get it right. But if that anchoring bias never existed in the first place, right? If that prospect is very Fred VanVleet-y, right? And it has to work out for you because the asset value is not going to be transferable. With a guy like Cam Whitmore, I think the asset value is transferable because a lot of people sold themselves on him being a top 6 pick. Michael Porter Jr., again, a lot of people sold themselves on this guy being a top 3 pick. He fell to 14. But at 14, you still got the theory of a 1st overall pick with a lot of questions. Answer the questions, he goes right back to having the same value as the 1st overall pick. That potential tag that people, it's so heavily baked into trade value. And so when I look at a player at 19, I'm looking at a guy like Bub Carrington or Yves Missi. I'm like, man, if these guys answer the questions, or even Nikola Topic, which I think would be the ultimate version of this, Nikola Topic and Rob Dillingham and Ron Holland, those 3 guys, in terms of like Cody Williams as well, and put those guys. If any one of those 4 guys fell to 19, even if your intel says that, so and so is going to be better player, whatever, the better asset has to be factored in, because at some point there's going to be a trade, and you're going to go to and I'm kind of sick of the Raptors going to the trading machine with less to offer than everybody else.
Hey man, I think you don't have to worry about that at all anymore, especially after this June and next June. I think we're going to be the most called to team after the next two drafts in terms of like guys on our team that could be flipped. Because if RJ Barrett recreates what he does over an 82 game sample with that level of efficiency on that contract, maybe. If the guys that we draft this year on their rookie deals add to our winning and we make the playoffs, right? And we're willing to shop them for a bigger piece, teams will call. And I think they will.
I think, again, when a Donovan Mitchell or a Trae Young, not that you would want any of those players, Darius Garland, when any of these players become available, maybe at some point, a Devin Booker would become available because, the Phoenix Suns decide to blow it up and he's literally the only player that can trade away to get anything back, recoup some assets to be able to unload their other assets. This is what happens when you end up in hell.
Mhm.
So I don't think the Raptors would be one of the top 5 teams in order to what to offer because, I look at a team like OKC and they beat everybody, right? The minute they put Jalen Williams and plus picks on the board, you're sunk. You have
Yeah.
nothing to offer, even if you were to start trying to anything other than Scottie Barnes, which is a non-starter for the Raptors, you have nothing. You can't even offer Grady plus, 4 firsts and beat that offer.
Mhm.
Then I look at teams that have a surplus of really solid contracts or really good young players like a New Orleans Pelicans, right?
Mhm.
Where they have guys like Dyson Daniels, Jordan Hawkins, even pretty solid value contracts like Jose Alvarado, a really, really good locked in value contract in Herb Jones. And I'm just like, man, like, I think the Toronto Raptors were the most called to team when they had Pascal and OG.
Mhm.
But now that you've gotten off those guys, how does the league value an RJ Barrett or an Emmanuel Quickly? I don't think nearly as highly as they value those other two guys.
Dude, I think, man, the way Bill Simmons spoke about RJ Barrett recently in terms of trading
I'm
for the
assuming
first,
Vitriol, right?
yeah, he said we'd have to attach Grady and probably more in order to get the first overall pick in this draft, which, like, within context, sure, right? That's the first overall pick. But
Mm.
man, realistically, how many shooting guards today, like in today's NBA, can give you 24 on almost 65% true shooting?
I think there's a different question to be asked, which
Okay.
um, is he the type of player that should be doing that? And are you a good team if he is?
I'm
Like,
gonna say hell yeah, by the way, to that.
okay, great. I've come a long way on RJ Barrett. The
Mhm.
the question comes up with guys like, so for instance, an Alperen Şengün, right? I'm a very big Alperen Şengün fan. I think he's great. But I cannot ignore the fact that the Rockets have to play a certain way to accommodate him. It's a difficult task to build a team around a guy like Alperen Şengün. And I think you'll face a similar issue if you end up drafting a guy like Zach Edey and he becomes a larger part of your rotation. Is you're going to find like he's such a big thing in your
Mhm.
offense that you're going to have to run a lot more usage around him. You have to put the ball in his hands a little bit more. If he gets a small, like, it's very disruptive to your offense, and it kind of locks you into the way you have to play.
Mhm.
With RJ Barrett and Jakob Pertl, they are the antithesis of, OG and Pascal. OG and Pascal are very plug and play. Eh, OG specifically, but Pascal even to some degree. They can shapeshift. They can move into different roles. Pascal can be your lead initiator, right? In certain offenses, he can be your secondary creator. He can be, he can play different places defensively. He can be like that sort of like rover. Not really great with screen navigation and point of attack stuff, but with
Mhm.
with RJ, there's like a very specific thing that he can do defensively and a
Yep.
very specific thing he can do offensively. And I don't think it goes too far beyond that. And it's the same thing with Jakob. So you have
Mhm.
two pieces in your starting lineup in Jakob and RJ, where
Mhm.
it's very difficult for them to be anything other than what they are. With
Yeah.
Scottie, you can do it 15 different ways. It's not nearly as fluid as it could be with other, young superstars like Shea or whatever, but it's
Uh,
it's it's still versatile enough. And for a team that long term has prioritized versatility as much as the Raptors have, and portability, versatility, I don't necessarily think RJ Barrett and Jakob Poeltl are the easiest things to build around and build with. And so I think that that sort of dampens their trade value, because there are certain contexts in which you would say they are not going to fit in. Whereas with OG, you could say there's no context in which he cannot fit in. There's not one team in the league, and I dare you to try, that could not plug OG Anunoby into their starting lineup right now and get better.
That's music to the ears of his agent right now, the last comment you made. This guy is about to make a lot of money.
I hope it's with the Raptors.
I do not see it at all.
I understand why everyone's so down on that. And initially when I made that video, I got like I think 30,000 views or whatever and trolled Knicks fans. I did it partially just because I wanted to rain on their parade and just have fun with it. At no point have I ever believed that OG coming to the Raptors would be more than a 5% outcome. Right now, I'm kind of like sitting at 5.2%.
I think it'd be hilarious just to see if we get a meeting, just to piss them off like even further. But I don't like.
Why wouldn't we get a meeting? He has a great relationship with us, and if we really
like even that, like his agent would simply he'd pick up the phone and say, "Oh hey, what's going on? Oh, it's nice to hear from you guys again. Goodbye." Like that's it. That's the entire conversation.
Players make the decisions, man. The agents are not deciding where players go, right? When the player is in demand as OG, he's going to be able to, pick his choice. Like Philly, OKC, like OKC would be crazy with him, right? Like if they could somehow find a way to get him, oh my God, I'd be happy for him because he's winning a championship next year.
I think the real dark horse here is Detroit. I think people aren't talking about the fact that they have to spend 90% of $64 million on day one of free agency. They have to.
I'll say this right now: OG Anunoby is not going to be a Piston.
Hey, but you know what? All they have to do to make me proud is put in the offer sheet for his maximum. That's all they have to do. The second he sees 45 million, right, from them, that is the line, and you have to either match it or beat it.
Can he be offered 45 million? Is that his max?
Yep. It gets even worse if the Knicks give him the 5th year. Then it becomes 49 million.
I mean, honestly, as long as the rest of the league, decides to punish the Knicks for all their collusion with their CAA shit and just makes them offer OG the max, you win regardless. He's not worth 45. He's not worth 40. He's barely worth 30. That's just me being honest about it, right? It just so happens that as an asset, he's worth far more than he is as a player. It's the exact opposite as RJ. RJ is worth far more as a player than he is as an asset. I can make a very, very intelligent argument, and this is going to sound very crazy for some people, that RJ Barrett's a better player than OG Anunoby. And people are just not going to like that because I'm a very big OG fan. There is a version of this world in which RJ Barrett is a far more complete player. He's a younger player. He's a healthier player. That there is a world in which, in the right context, him in the right context, OG in the wrong context, RJ is the better player. But RJ will never be the asset that OG is, and that's the difference.
Yeah, I'm just so happy personally that it's not us at the end of this bill or us in this conversation, because like to lose your pick, lose that many games, and then to watch your best asset walk for nothing. That might have.
I think the Raptors learned from the Fred VanVleet thing, and they were just like, hey, and the genius of getting OG back, if they were able to do it, and again, 5.2%. 5%. I was just going to put it at 5.2%. And again, it has a lot to do with personal connections that he has with Toronto. It has a lot to do with roster fit. It has a lot to do with opportunity. I mean, he comes in next year. I mean, he's the highest paid player on the team. That's probably a position that, as a long-term guy who's sacrificed a lot in the offense would probably be appealing to him. He gets to connect with a coach that poured into him tremendously last year. I think Darko was a revelation for OG in terms of his finishing and in terms of like some of the new stuff and stuff that we saw in his offense I hadn't seen in years from OG. So I think if his genuine curiosity is to be happy and to be on a good team with good people and to have a coach that's going to pour into him and maybe even think about him long term, you know what I mean? Like think about his health long term. Because again, OG's still young enough that there's still one more contract coming for him.
Yeah.
Unless
Assuming health, yeah.
unless he's dead. Unless
Yeah.
unless his legs just give out and his
Tom's
body
gonna try.
and
Tom's gonna
exactly.
try, yeah. He's
So
gonna try.
I mean, I think it helps the Raptors that on one hand you have the Knicks, on the other hand you have Tom Thibodeau and Nick Thibodeau are the two guys that are competing for this guy. And on the other hand, you have Smiley Darko Rajakovic, who's like, hey, OG, come play 62 games for us. We're gonna rest you on back-to-backs. We're gonna do everything to keep you healthy. You know what I mean? Like, I just think like it's so rare to have a coach like this in the NBA that it's almost like a sales pitch at this point.
I want to engage in the hypothetical to this point because I want this to be like aware for people. If we do get OG Anunoby, I think the prospects of Scottie Barnes being an All NBA player are like magnitudes higher, and then at that point you're just financially screwed beyond belief unless you're immediately competing. Even if you are, man, holy shit, you can't keep it together.
Once again, because the asset and the player,
we're gonna trade him again. Oh my.
If things really turn out badly, you always have that ability to trade a player like OG Anunoby. Again, with the Knicks, like, okay, yeah, 45 million is starting to get very crazy. And maybe, you know, any good graces that he has with players. But again, players like him. You don't have to worry about trading him in the middle of the season and having to disrupt your entire offense to plug him in. He's a very smart player. He fits in. He's very low maintenance, other than the injury stuff. So, and he's this massive ceiling raiser that almost any team could sell themselves on, right? You know, and because he's still that level of player where he's like a high level starter, you could always sell yourself on, okay, bad contract plus worst starter plus 2 first-round picks. That's always going to be the formula to be able to trade for him. Weirdly enough, that's almost exactly the formula that the Knicks used to trade for him. So that's always going to be the formula. So if right now, you know, let's say the Raptors next year they do sign OG to 40 million. Let's say they clear Chris Boucher's contract, they decide to go crazy, sign OG to 40. And let's just say after a year you decide, oh my God, this is going to be impossible to build around this guy. And again, with the cap going up, 40 million is not going to feel as bad as 40 million does right now, especially on a long-term deal. But still,
like
let's just say it's still
that's 27%, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's bad, but it's like you have Grady on the rookie deal. You have Scottie 1 more year of the rookie deal. So at least 1 year of OG's massive overpay is compensated by that, right? Hypothetically, if you get Emmanuel quickly on 25 and he proves to be an upside on that, like if he decides to outperform that contract, which I think he's fully capable of.
That's the one I'm looking at with wide eyes because it hasn't happened yet. That scares me a little bit. Maybe his agent just wants him to be there for day one, right? Or maybe I don't think we're haggling. We don't haggle. That has to be like a thing. Outside of the one scenario in Pascal Siakam, right? We've paid our guys a good number. Yeah. Oh, I think we were willing to pay him a good number. He got an extraordinary number, right? That no one could have predicted.
I think the Raptors initially, if they had shown Fred, and again, this is like a Jaylen Brown situation where like you sort of turn the graces of the player against you, and I'm very happy that Fred left. First person to celebrate that he was. My live reaction to him leaving was literally screaming into the microphone, yes, 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 like I just won the lottery. I was very happy when Fred VanVleet left because I knew that meant the turning of the page, the tearing down, the trading. It cued everything. Because if he comes back, you're locked into this core. You have to sign Pascal. You probably have to sign OG. You're fucked. Like it's just he made the Raptors. He did the Raptors a huge favor by leaving. But that being said, if you had offered him, if you had shown a willingness to him early on to get to closer to 30 million or 32 million on a 4-year deal, I think he probably would have not even explored the other option. I think the reason that the Houston Rockets came in as hard as they did is because they sensed that he was available.
I thought they were desperate. I thought they were like minutes away from losing money and losing value because of the new rules, right? In the first summer of the new rules.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, you can easily take back a bad contract. You don't have to ink a brand new bad contract, right? Like they could have taken back Bradley Beal's deal.
They didn't have one, right? That's the problem. They didn't have one. They were out. Just like Detroit doesn't have a bad contract at the moment.
But you don't have to trade a bad contract to get a bad contract. You can trade nothing and get a bad contract. That's what I'm saying. If right now,
absorb, yeah.
You know, like what's a team that's like massively okay? So Detroit right now, okay.
Mhm.
Let's say Detroit is just like shit. We do not want to have a repeat of last year. So what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna trade. I don't know. Do they don't have Killian Hayes anymore?
You see, it's the
Yeah.
problem. There's no money.
No. What do they have on the roster?
They have Cade incoming on a deal that won't hit until next year. And I know
Mhm.
you hate Cade, but it's probably coming.
I don't hate
Quinn,
him. I just don't like him.
okay, Quinn Grimes. Quinn Grimes. I
Perfect.
think
Trade Quentin. You can trade Quentin Grimes
he
right
makes like
now.
nothing.
Okay, it doesn't matter. You can trade Quentin Grimes right now for Zach LaVine. And bonus, the Bulls will probably give you a pick for that. And bonus,
You can
like
absorb that much into the cap.
if you're 50 million under, I think the Pistons are 70 million under.
No,
Of
you
course
have
you
to.
can.
You have to be like somewhat near in matching value, right? In returning value. Yeah, you like being under both aprons means you can be like 8 million to 10 million separate, or like a certain percentage separate, right? But you'd still have to match a certain portion of the contract. I gotta refresh myself on the cap. It's been a year.
I got to look at this too because I mean, from what I understand, if you have, 40, 50 million dollars, you can absorb absorb into that. Someone
You
correct
can.
me if I'm wrong.
I think it's. I don't know. Yeah, no, I have to read that exactly.
Hmm.
I think you'd have
Fans,
to have an exception for that. I literally, yeah, try it out in Fanspo.
try it. Fanspo, Trade Machine, Trade Team 1, Bulls, Team 2, Pistons. Let's trade Zach LaVine and his $43 million, and let's take back. Well, I mean, you can take back Yvonne Fournier and his 19 million. That's perfect. Boom.
Is he
That's
still under contract?
according to Fanspo, he is. Okay, let's see here. Try trade. Success.
Yeah.
Yeah. Evan Fournier has a team option for the Pistons this season. The Pistons may
Okay.
decide to decline, so they can just exercise the team option. It's the exact same situation as the Goran Dragic for Kyle Lowry situation, right?
Mhm.
Dragic
Okay.
had a team option or a player option, and they asked him to exercise it. Yeah, I think he had a player option. So similar situation. Point is, they can absorb it. Anyways, moving into the final point of this discussion, which is really the Scottie Barnes, building around Scottie Barnes, the type of player you see him being going forward. First of
Mhm.
all, your reaction to him signing for 5 years at 225 with the potential at 270 and the
Uh,
likelihood of it ever exceeding, what are the chances of him actually hitting the mark to get the 270?
my initial reaction is thank God no player options. We have control of him for all 5 years. Let's go. And then the one after that towards him possibly making an all NBA team. I think it's record dependent. Like if this team makes the playoffs and we're 6 or 7, even 7, because there's that many teams that might have a decent record,
Mhm.
he has a real chance. Because if we're gonna be there, it's gonna be on the back of him.
I think this all NBA being linked to supermax stuff,
Mhm.
I think it completely changes the Raptors season. Specifically, you cannot come out and tear down without
Oh,
absolutely destroying his opportunity to make 40 plus million dollars. The gap
mhm.
between his 225 and his 270 is $45 million over 5 years. That is that's almost this entire rookie contract.
Yeah, just ask yourself honestly: is our front office ever gonna be upset because Scottie Barnes made All NBA?
No, no,
Ever?
no, no. I don't think they're
Yeah.
ever gonna be upset by it. I think what I'm saying is right
Mm.
now, if you come out and you trade away Jakob Poeltl,
Uh-huh.
like there's two things that you cannot do now, I think. Number 1, you cannot
Mhm.
ask him to miss the 65 game cutoff mark. You have to allow him to at least do that. And again,
Mhm.
I try to go into every situation with what do I know and what do I not know? Like, what do I know based on history? What can I reasonably project? The Toronto
Mhm.
Raptors were a team that, and this is Bobby Webster direct quote. How do you
Mhm.
ask an NBA champion to tank? So
Mhm.
direct quote, Jakob Poeltl trade. How do you ask an NBA champion to tank? Okay, so this is a team that believes in making sure that guys have an opportunity to fail. Which
Mhm.
means that, if they're close, like when they were close at the deadline, they traded for Thaddeus Young to give the team what was it? To show them faith. That's another direct quote, to show them faith. They
Oh
did
my
the same
god.
thing with Jakob Poeltl. So with the same brain trust, same theories, same ethics involved, I
Mm,
don't think there's a chance in hell right now that you're gonna give this, deal to Scottie Barnes with him and his camp well aware that, hey, 270 is the goal. Let's go get it. He's putting in work right now to get that 270, and
mhm.
then you suddenly go and trade Jakob Poeltl and say Kelly Olynyk's our starting center next year.
I thought
Congratulations, Scottie Barnes. You have no chance at all NBA now.
even before the deal, I thought there was no chance of Jakob Poeltl being traded before like January or February. I think Masai is like he's insane. He's a maniac. And even though he went up on a stage and said we're gonna rebuild and win again, he meant we're gonna rebuild by drafting at like 17 and win again. That's what he meant.
We're gonna rebuild by drafting at 27.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, right? In his heart of hearts, right? You ask him right now, do you think you're going to draft a better player than the Spurs at 19 versus them at 8? He's going to tell you, yeah. He's going to say, yeah.
He'd be wrong, but sure.
You think
Okay.
so?
Yeah, I do. I think the Spurs are going to get a gem.
Why? Like, I think they draft horribly.
You think they draft horribly? Okay, that's
Yep.
interesting. I mean, recency, notwithstanding, this is a team that
Mhm.
drafted Kawhi Leonard, drafted Victor Wembanyama, drafted DeJounte Murray, drafted
No, no,
Derek
no, no, no,
White.
no. They were gifted Victor Wembanyama.
Okay, fair enough. But they did
Mhm.
draft Kawhi Leonard. They traded into the draft to get him. They traded George Hill to get him, which means they really understood what they had. They did what Masai Ujiri effectively refused to do
Mhm.
for Giannis
And
Antetokounmpo.
and then I'm going to
They
hit you
did
with the
what was
opposite, right?
necessary to get their guy. They also drafted DeJounte Murray, end of the
Mhm.
first round. He became an all-star. They
Mhm.
drafted Derek White. He was supposed to be an all-star this year. I'm telling you, this team is up there in terms of drafting. I understand they had a bust in Josh Primo, but they also drafted Keldon Johnson. They also drafted Devin Vassell, and those guys are far from bust. So I think if I'm ranking out teams 1 through 10 in terms of
Mhm.
drafting, the Raptors are on that list. The OKC Thunder are firmly at the top of that list. The New
The
Orleans
Memphis
Pelicans are on
Grizzlies.
that list. The Memphis Grizzlies are there. They're in the conversation.
I'm not
They've got
letting you put the Spurs there, man. I gotta remind you of some names here and what they've done with our picks personally. Luka Samanic, Blake
okay.
Wesley,
Mhm.
Lonnie Walker,
Yep.
Malachi Branham,
Yeah, there have been some really bad ones for sure.
City
But there's also
Sissoko,
been like
one
a
pick
really
before GG Jackson.
yeah, that was bad.
Yeah. I don't trust them. I just don't.
I mean, if we're gonna focus only on the low lights, man, I'm gonna tell you that we picked DeAndre. What the fuck was his name? DeAndre
DeAndre
Daniels
Daniels. Okay, but you see the
over
difference
Jeremy
here, right?
over Jeremy Grant
Hell
over
yeah.
Nikola
That's
Jokic.
bad, right?
Yeah, it's
I
bad.
think it's a rate thing. It's a rate thing, right? Like if I told you you had to put $1,000 right now down on who's going to draft the better player at 19 or 8, are you confident that you're putting it down on 8?
Yes.
Really?
Yep.
I don't think so. I would abstain. I would step back and say, you know what? I think there's a world where Masai has a way better read than that front office.
Hmm. I mean, it's possible. It's just because, yeah, there's just a part of me that's very, very bullish on what the Spurs might be able to do if they draft Nikola Topic, and Topic is right there at 8 for them to
Mhm.
grab him. And I just cannot imagine betting on any player at 19 over a guy that I see as a top 3 pick in this draft.
I think Nikola Topic is more likely a Raptor than he is a Spur. I'm not even joking about that.
You think he could fall to 19, or you think the Raptors would trade up to get him?
I think it's more likely that we trade up than they select him at 8.
Hmm. I think his fit with Victor Wembanyama is so awesome. It's not
Mhm,
quite as awesome as as Reed Shepherd. And
mhm.
honestly, I'm at a point right now where if I was the Spurs, I'd very, very seriously consider packaging 4 and 8 to move up to 1 and just picking Zachary Ricochet, because I think I can, as much as I believed early on that there weren't tiers in this draft.
Mhm.
The further I read into this draft, the more tape I've watched on Zachary Sachet, and he's been my number 1 pick pretty much for the last 4 months. I haven't deviated on that once. I
I'm glad
see
to
a
hear it.
tier I see a tier gap between him and everybody else. And Atlanta's not super sold on their first overall pick. Could they be sold, potentially moving back, getting 2 picks? Is that even appealing for them? I think that's the worst thing for the Spurs is that almost if any other team had that number 1 pick, you probably would be able to sell them 4 and 8. For Atlanta, it's like we have so many young players. The other consequence here and the other question is,
Mhm.
are there young players around the league that you look at, um, guys maybe who haven't worked out at their first stop, like an Ochai Agbaji, but better than
Uh-huh.
him? So guys like AJ Griffin, guys like that, where they might be buried, they might be
Uh-huh.
2, 3 years in, but something you saw in their college tapes still ringing out to you like, "Go get this guy." Are there any guys like that in this in the league right now that
You
just
just
might be
mentioned the
buried?
biggest one. You just mentioned the absolute biggest one.
AJ
There's no
Griffin.
way, yeah, there's no way you could have watched that rookie year, looked at the floater numbers, and thought, yeah, this guy's about to fall off a cliff. I don't know what the hell they're doing over there. And he might have some personal issues, but if they dare trade him, like, just maybe sell the team.
Would you trade 19 for AJ Griffin is SP's ask.
So fast that you couldn't even imagine it.
Me too. So that's exactly it, right? I look at a guy like AJ Griffin, I look at a guy like Onyeka Okongwu is another
Another
guy
one.
that I
Atlanta
have
again.
such a high belief in. I look at those 2 guys and I'm like, man, if Pascal Siakam's contract was 1 year longer
Hmm.
and they were low enough on those guys, I would trade everything full force to get those guys. I think the Siakam thing was very much complicated by the fact that he had very few places that he was willing to go. And he knew that he had a team that was willing to respect his wishes. This was not a Spurs situation where the Spurs pretty much sent Kawhi exactly where he asked not to go and said, fuck it, we don't care.
Hmm.
Kawhi asked to go to LA and they didn't. They would not oblige, right?
Hmm.
With Pascal, allegedly, there was a report that came out that his camp internally, felt some kind of way about Sacramento. That
Hmm.
they felt, I don't know if you read this, but they
Yeah,
felt
the
some
Monty McNair comment.
right.
Yeah.
And I think I'm like, okay. You see, you sort of pigeonholed the Raptors into having to trade you to 1 or 2 places. And so it really did hinder their ability to get anything back for you.
Mhm.
If that complication were not in place, if you were not a team that necessarily had to respect his wishes about where he was going, if you were just able to dangle him to the free market and just say, okay, there's 3 years left on this deal. It doesn't matter if he wants to play for you or not. It's the same thing with Damian Lillard. He was loyal to Portland, Drew Holiday. He was loyal to, Milwaukee. It didn't matter. You have
Mhm.
multiple years left on your deal. You play where you're traded. Once you have 1 or 2 years left on that deal, now you start getting into will he resign? So I think if Pascal Siakam had not had that leverage, or if you had just maybe given him the extension he wanted and then just traded him now, I
Mhm.
imagine that Atlanta would be something you could trade him for. And I wonder if at that point, Onyeka Okongwu plus AJ Griffin plus Bogdanovich plus Hunter, like
Oh, I'm
that
not.
would
I'm
be a
not leaving
package.
that. I'm not leaving that room without Kobe Buffkin. That's just me personally. Yeah, no way I
Dude,
leave the
that's
room without Kobe
what
Buffkin.
I mean, AJ Griffin and Onyeka Okongwu to me is more than what you got for him. It's
Hell
considerably
yeah.
more.
Yeah.
It's like on one side you have Bruce Brown, 3 first-round picks, and Jordan Nwora. On the other hand, you have Onyeka Okongwu. I think and AJ Griffin. I'm not even including Bogdanovich, who I think is a solid player. I'm taking that Atlanta offer 20 times out of 20.
I think we're
So
we're almost like assuming things go the way I think they do for OO and AJ as development pieces. We're maybe a 45 win team this year if you tell me we have those guys plus Bogdanovich on our team.
yeah, exactly. And that's where I think the fact that his contract was where it was, the fact that he kicked it down the road as much as they did, and
Mhm.
then you kick it to the final, like, oh, he's got 3, 4 months left on his deal. And so now it's legit a rental. I think this is something that the Raptors will look back on, and maybe we look back on it if the Raptors don't win a championship over the next 5, 6 years, and we say, "Big what if," right? But I do think that 19th overall pick, if I was being offered AJ Griffin right now, I'm reminded that I had AJ Griffin top 8 on my board that year,
Mhm.
and nothing that he's shown me in the NBA so far is moving me away from that. I think the only thing that I would be concerned about is his defense, and parking it next to Grady Dick and RJ Barrett long term and saying, "Oh God." That's a
We
really bad trio of wing players.
we need some superheroes. We're missing them right now. We had the superhero in OG Anunoby defensively, and now he plays for
Might get
another
him
team.
back.
I personally pray, man, but I just don't see it.
I'm
You know
just
what
gonna keep.
also
You know what I'm doing? I'm speaking it into existence. Okay, Scottie Barnes at number 4. I wanted to speak it into existence. Fred VanVleet, moving on to Houston. I literally the first time I talked about Fred VanVleet going to Houston was on a live 4 months before he went to Houston, where I
Mhm.
was literally talking shit into a camera, and I was like, "What team would pay you? Houston. Maybe they'd pay you." And I'm like, "Bro, spoken into existence." So with OG to the Knicks, I feel like I was the first person to talk about it.
Mhm.
Now a lot of people are talking about it. Now, every single time there's a report of like literally the most innocuous, most meaningless shit. OG Anunoby,
Uh,
opts out of his team option. Oh, sorry, player option. People are like, "See, he's coming to Toronto," and I'm just like, "Oh God, okay." It's like next thing you know, it's like OG Anunoby has some put some maple syrup on his waffles. It's a sign, Illuminati confirmed. So you love it. But the more of this shit that's out there, number one, it puts stress on the Knicks. It puts stress on their fan base. If they end up losing him, they start to worry. They're like, man, where's this Raptor stuff coming from? Where's this Phillies? And the minute you open up the Raptors stuff, like the whole point of this OG Anunoby rumor mill to start it really was ultimately to open up the idea that he could leave
mhm.
New York. And then to embolden other teams, hopefully to make it hard for the Knicks, right? Ultimately, yes, the Knicks have the trump card. They can throw the 5th year. He's an injury prone player. If they want to offer the 5th year at max dollars, they're fucked. Cap wise, they're screwed. Team building wise, they're screwed. And they're never going to win. And they're in our conference. So I'm vested in that. But yeah, like it'd be just great if the Raptors get him.
Even if he walks, oh, that's immediate. I'm turning on the space and we're laughing at you.
Bro, it's like a lose-lose situation for the Knicks right now. Either you're going to keep him at
Mhm.
way more than you wanted, right? Because you arrogantly told yourself that he was going to come to New York and take less, even though he's the most in-demand free agent in a pretty weak free agency class. Like
Mhm.
the ego on these people, really, like they think they can do this. I mean, why wouldn't they think they could do this? They've done this with Isaiah Hartenstein. Like we paid almost as much for Otto Porter as they paid for Isaiah Hartenstein. Let that sink in.
It's
Same free agency class. So it's like the collusion is crazy. But to me, it's like, look, lose, right? Either you get humble pie and you have to, and then also like there's implications down the line of like making him your highest paid player. Like, how does Jalen Brunson feel about being on that team? There's this thing that I don't know if you ever watched professional wrestling. Did you ever watch wrestling? Are you a
no,
wrestling
I
fan?
wasn't. No, not me.
The thing about wrestling was really funny was contracts were everything and they destroyed organizations. And so the minute you signed a guy, you thought you were doing a service to your company by bringing in Bret Hart, but now everybody wants more money than Bret Hart. You thought you were doing a service to your company by bringing in Kevin Nash or one of those guys or Stone Cold Steve Austin or paying him that much. Now everyone's like, but I want 80% of what that guy has.
Mhm.
The OG Anunoby thing, it bucks the trend for the Knicks. They have gotten discounts on pretty much every signing. Jalen Brunson's a discount, Dante DiVincenzo's a discount, Josh Hart's a discount. They're
Uh,
all discounts relative to what they provide. The minute you start paying one guy above fair value, it's a very bad
I have like
situation.
the perfect example for you. You mentioned that you play chess, so you know what the ELO system is like, right?
Mhm.
Currently, Leon Rose is beating everyone down because he's in an ELO that doesn't make sense for him, right? And the second OG comes up and wants money, it's like the matches has changed. They figured out who you are. This is your first difficult opponent, right? This guy is
Mhm.
ready to play. You're not getting him on a discount. He wants 40 mil. Oh wait, he wants 45 because someone put in the offer sheet, right? Let's see it, Leon Rose, right? Do it. Let's see what you can do now when shit gets a little bit harder, right?
Exactly. I mean, in theory, they didn't want to pay Emmanuel quickly. They didn't want to pay him 25.
Mhm.
They wanted to lowball him, have him take 17, and they kept using the justification that look at what these other guys are paid. And Emmanuel quickly said, I don't care what the other guys took. This is
Mhm.
what I'm worth. And they traded his ass because they didn't want that. They were like, no, we got to have a team. First of all, in a society which is so highly individualistic, I applaud anyone trying to be all team first, but not when it is to the individualist detriment.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like there is some organizational toxicity there where it's like everyone sacrificed for the team, play hurt for the team, and it's like, okay, Isaiah Thomas did that. Doesn't always work out, right? So when you start looking at it from the business perspective of trying to embolden everyone into this culture of like everybody sacrifices money for the team, like the Spurs did, Tim Duncan does it. Who are you to say no?
Mhm.
Once you allow one person to go above the rules, the rules are broken, is what you're saying with the ELO thing.
Yep.
So in either case, you're screwed because now everyone who comes in, I'm better than OG Anunoby. You're giving me more. Or I'm almost as good as him. You're giving me almost as much. So it changes the scale completely. You don't get to live in your own little bubble anymore as the Knicks, or you lose them. And now you become the laughing stock that lost two really good players. And if RJ Barrett and Emmanuel quickly end up becoming like as good as I think they're going to be next year, now the Knicks are like, oh my God, we just did the Kawhi trade and we didn't even win a championship. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
it is the
It could
Kawhi
look
trade.
even worse. It could look even worse if we end up being a better team than what San Antonio was in those years with DeMar.
Okay, we may not get back OG Anunoby, but do you have any interest in getting back Precious Achua?
I'm sorry, no.
I mean, neither. Okay.
No. I tried my best, man.
He
I
did.
fought for
Okay,
him.
in fairness, if you look at the numbers, he's gotten just marginally better every year.
You know what I think it is? You want to know why I think he looks so much better in New York than here? Everyone's going to say the simplified role, this is that. I think Tom Thibodeau scared him. Yeah. I think he's afraid of Tom Thibodeau. Yeah. I think this is the first coach that he thinks right away, if I fuck up, I'm going to the bench, and it's probably for 3 weeks, right? He'll play Jericho Sims over me, and I'm in practice with that guy, and Jericho Sims sucks. I don't want this to happen. Like he was scared for the first time.
That might be it. That might be it. I mean, I honestly like I could throw a dart at a second round pick and probably end up with someone that would be a lot less frustrating to watch than Precious Achua. But a lot of the same stuff that look, I think when the Raptors got rid of OG, they got rid of Precious. Sorry, they got rid of OG, Precious, and Pascal. I'm like, eesh, we got rid of a little too much of a good thing, right? Sometimes too much of a good thing is a bad thing. Well, losing all of it all at once could be a bad thing too. And then of course, when Scottie Barnes went out, you saw what this roster was, and it's like, man, do I prefer Precious Achua over Jordan Nwora? Yeah, I do. You know, at the very least, like there's a guy in the league that's going to give me trouble where I'm like, Precious Achua, go out and try not to do anything too stupid for 20 minutes and just stop this guy. You know?
I want to. Can I bring it back to the draft for one name?
Sure.
There's this one guy that I'm friends with him. He loves Stephon Castle more than anything, and I like Stephon Castle, right?
Right.
How much are you willing to give up to get Stephon Castle, and why? And maybe why not?
Precious Achua. I'll give up Precious Achua to get Stephon Castle. Okay, so if Stephon Castle is available at 4, and let's just say the Spurs are not super sold on him, okay. Actually, I think to get Stephon Castle, honestly, because I do think the Spurs are targeting him at 4, I think you have to trade up to get number 3, and you have to beat them to it. So that's how high I think you have to be to get him. In terms of what I would give up, I like his fit on this roster so much. And in terms of what he does well, he is a guy that I realistically think has all-star potential.
Okay.
So in that case, I would give up 19, 31 plus Indiana's pick. I think I would give up those 3 assets and take back a bad contract from Houston and give them Bruce Brown. That's about as far as I'd go. And that's very far.
That's way too far in my opinion. I think like it's gonna sound crazy, but I think you'd have to give me LeBron James for me to trade a future pick from now on. Like that's the only way I'm doing it.
Okay, so here I'm completely on the opposite, and this is interesting, you know, to have this because I like, you know, despite the reputation, I actually really like having conversations that are respectful with people who disagree with me. You know what I mean? Like I don't care if we're on completely opposite sides. I just don't want it to result in some sort of ad hominem attack and like lowballing shit, like whatever. So I like that we can have this. I think that the problem with the Raptors trading first round picks initially, when they did, specifically the Thaddeus Young and Jakob Poeltl trades, they've traded multiple first round picks. They traded a pick to get rid of DeMar Carroll's contract. They traded a pick in the Jakob Poeltl trade. They traded a pick in the, you know, in the Marc Gasol trade. They have traded so many first round picks. Okay. I think the issue with the team, the picks that they traded were that they were undervalued by the other teams, right? They were worth more to us than they were to the other teams. Number one, we're really good at drafting, so we would probably done more with those picks than the average team. And because because we were expected to be a good team, teams factor that in when we're talking about future picks. So now we're expected to be a bad team. And this is exactly when I would start trading first round picks, especially heavily protected ones, because I don't think we're going to be bad. And other teams think we're going to be bad, which means that our first round picks for the first time in the Masai Ujiri era are finally overvalued. I'm a big believer in trading away overvalued prospects and assets to get undervalued things. So a person like Zach LaVine is a perfect example of someone whose stock has taken a massive beating. I think he has a lot to offer. I wouldn't necessarily trade for him, but if it involved getting back 3 first-round picks or 2 first-round picks, and I'm giving away expirings, yeah, I'll do that because I think his value is that beaten down that eventually I take 2 years of him being a somewhat serviceable starter and an entertaining player, and then eventually I flip him as an expiring. So the thing with the Raptors picks is initially when they started trading them away, if you start trading away a 2028 first-round pick, if you did it 2 years ago, people were like, that's Masai Ujiri and Bobby Webster. They're going to be a really good team in 2028. But right now, where I don't think the general NBA believes that Scottie Barnes is some sort of transcendent superstar that's going to carry them to championships. I don't think anyone really overly is hyping themselves into the Raptors 5-year window. So right now, there's like a realistic outlook that 2026, if you trade away like a top 5 protected 2026 right now, I think that's a very valuable asset.
I think I'd implode. Like, I think I'd actually implode.
I get why you would, but imagine what you would actually get back for it. And the other thing that I would do is I would try to get other teams' picks. That's what I would do. I would get off of our own picks, and I would try to trade for other teams' picks that I expect to be worse than us. So a good example would be a team like New Orleans, right? Like, I mean, they're actually a bad example because
Are they giving us Zion?
No. But that's the thing.
I don't think I pick up the phone.
I would bet on them being a lottery team in 2026 over us being a lottery team in 2026.
Oh man,
that's the gap.
I think it's probably unlikely that either of us are there, assuming both of our guys progress and are healthy.
But they're in the West, man. They're in the West. They have an ascending Houston behind them that could be really good. They have an ascending OKC. They have an ascending, Dallas. They have an ascending. I mean, realistically, there is almost no chance that we are worse than New Orleans in 2 years.
I'm going to say it. I think that conference is fake. I think it's so fake. I think it's about to level out once the Spurs get serious and the Utah Jazz figure out who they want to be, right? Once the bottom...
Who are the bad teams in the West right now?
The Spurs and the Jazz in Portland.
Okay. Would the Jazz be sniffing the play-in next year? In the East.
In the East, if they decided not to tank,
dude, Lauri Markkanen, Keyonte George, picks galore.
No. I think the Raptors, Hawks, Hornets are gonna absolutely shut that shit off. I think it's done. I think the idea of the bottom of the East being horrible.
They have Walker Kessler. Lauri Markkanen. That's a top 4 or 5 combo in the East. So immediately, you're in a different
5. Whoa, really?
No, that's a top 5 4-5 combo. In the Eastern Conference, name me 4 power forward center combinations that are better than Lauri Markkanen and Walker Kessler.
Jason Tatum and Al Horford, right?
You mean Jason Tatum and Kristaps Porzingis?
Yeah. Okay.
Jason
Tatum and Kristaps Porzingis. Man, I'll take Joel Embiid and Kelly Oubre Jr. because it's Joel Embiid.
Fuck yeah, that's true. Okay, that's 2.
Okay, I'll take Pascal Siakam and Miles Turner. Yeah, I am. Well, I think Walker Kessler is just nowhere near Miles Turner as a player. Nowhere near.
Debatable, yes, sure. I think it's debatable.
Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo.
Okay, we're throwing. Okay, future value, man. We're talking 2 years.
All right, Scottie. Just like shout out to the guy in the chat, Scottie Barnes and Jakob Poeltl. I'm taking.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm probably taking what is it? Jalen Johnson and Onyeka Okongwu over them. There's a reason why Walker Kessler.
You are very low on Lauri Markkanen, man. I need to remind you the guy was an all-star last 2 years ago. He's a really good player.
What the Jazz are, man. Every year it's the same thing. Will Hardy's one of the best coaches in the NBA. They're fighting for a playoff spot, and then Danny Ainge says no.
I think the thing is here, like, you haven't seen that team trying to win in a while. I think
Mhm,
when they do try to win, I mean, if the rumor is true that they want 5 first-round picks for Lauri Markkanen, if that is even remotely true, if it's even 4, I think that
mhm.
shows you where Danny Ainge puts his value. I think Walker Kessler is, like, the hypothesis, like, he is the ultimate what you hope Donovan Clingan can be, and Donovan Clingan is being talked about as the top pick in this draft.
Mhm.
I don't see, like, if Walker Kessler, Donovan Clingan, 1A, 1B, like, who am I picking between those two players? I think I picked Walker Kessler. So that's
Really?
where, what do you see in Donovan Clingan that you don't like more than Walker Kessler? You think
I
his
think he's a
mobility is
way.
better?
I think he's a way better screener. And that's the main complaint coming out of Utah right now, and why they might be willing to trade him. Yeah. I think that's probably way more true. I think Walker is also probably more of a static offensive player, right? Like, do I think he's going to make great decisions from the top? No. Do I think he's going to make great decisions in the short roll? No.
Hmm. In fairness,
Would
I
he?
didn't watch.
Would he
I didn't
start
watch
over
it.
Klingon at UConn? Do you think Dan Hurley would start Walker Kessler over Donovan Klingon at UConn?
I think there's a case to be made that he was a better college player. Yes,
That's interesting.
analytically, he was a better college player. I
Yeah,
think,
he was absurd.
like, he was insanity. And I think the questions that I had about his mobility and his speed and all that stuff, like, his rookie season answered a lot of that for me. I'll agree that he had a pretty down sophomore year. Scottie had a pretty down sophomore year. Jalen, Jason Tatum had a really down sophomore year. I'm not really sure. In
Mhm,
fairness, though, I watched 2 Jazz games last year, and that's when they
mhm.
faced the Raptors. So I did not follow the Jazz last year. Maybe Walker Kessler fell off a cliff, but watching him as a rookie, I was, like, very impressed. So maybe I'm wrong, but Lauri
They
Markkanen, I'm pretty solid. Lauri would be an all-star in the East. Like, he's a
I,
really good
I
player.
I I ask you right now, why would John Collins start over Walker Kessler? What do you think of?
I think tanking. I think, fit.
Mhm,
Um, I think contract preserving sort of, like, one guy is rookie, on a rookie deal, and you're trying to keep his contract value low, and you're not trying to win. And one guy is on, a tradable contract that you hopefully can, use him in interesting ways that keeps his value up. Like, you don't get there's no upside to putting John Collins behind Walker Kessler on the bench when he's pretty much started in Atlanta his whole career, right?
So you
Like,
think Will Hardy wasn't making a basketball decision there?
no, I don't. I don't think people make basketball decisions until it's time to win. I think there's always, like, some component, like, for instance, like, shutting OG out of the playoffs when the Raptors won the championship run. That
Mhm,
was a purely basketball decision, right?
mhm,
There was no, oh my God, but what if we want to trade OG next summer? Now everyone's going to be like, no, there's too much on the line. It's all basketball. So when it gets to that point where we don't care about the asset value, we don't care how it does to your stock, we don't care about your free agency, it's just purely, this is the 8-man unit that's going to help us win. Yeah.
mhm,
I think, yeah, like, the spacing also, like, I think is better with John Collins, and I think that maybe helps there with their guards, to some
mhm.
extent. So maybe there's that, but yeah, maybe I'm a little too high on Walker Kessler. I could be wrong. Yeah,
Can we, like, before we end here, I want to have a conversation a little bit about free agency, then a little
sure.
bit about our record next year. Shout out to the guy in chat who brought up a name that I think almost every Raptors fan will talk about, and Najee Marshall.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's like, it's swing time, right? It's time to break up your mid-level exception, your non-taxpayer mid-level exception, and go after a guy like him because you don't have the biannual anymore. Shout out to Jalen McDaniels. I won't say anything further. And there's guys like him on the market, Goga Batazde, Jalen Smith, people that can slot into a role on your team basically immediately and play minutes and result in better than whatever we have now.
I
He's
like Najee Marshall a lot. I
Mhm,
think, when we were talking about guys who would come in and immediately make, Ochai Agbaji redundant,
mhm,
that's one guy right there. Screams Raptors, very, very solid positional versatility, can guard 2 through 4, I
mhm,
think, reasonably well. His defensive analytics are really promising.
mhm,
He's right in his prime right now. You know, uh, I like the fact that he, has that, like, yeah, he's a very modern, he's a future-proof basketball player,
mhm.
is the way I'd put it. Very well-rounded and a very future-proof basketball player. And yeah, his positional versatility is awesomeness. It's funny because, I spent so much time thinking about like the Pelicans and
Mhm,
generally speaking, like the players on their team. I love the players on their team. Dyson
mhm,
Daniels has been like a bit of an obsession of mine. Like I just keep talking about Dyson Daniels, and the day that he becomes like a star,
mhm,
it's not gonna happen. But the day he becomes like an OG Anunoby type star, like in that, like the star of his role,
mhm,
I'm gonna feel very vindicated because a lot of people talk shit about his shooting and whatever. They just have a type. Trey Murphy, Dyson Daniels, Herb Jones, Najee Marshall. It's like they drafted 4 players that fit the same archetype. They're different,
mhm,
of course. I think Najee is like the least valuable of those 4, but that's saying nothing because he'd be the most valuable of his player type on your team.
mhm. I think I think we're so interesting come like June 26th here, and then July 1st. Or my bad. I think it's July 1st.
July 6th.
July 6th, right?
I mean, July 6th is when you can sign.
Um,
June 30th is when you can start negotiating, I believe, at
yeah,
6 p.m.
we're such an
So
interesting team. Let's say it's Da Silva, who today we got a comment from a Toronto Star reporter in which he asked him at the draft who he worked out with. He mentioned Toronto. He said it went well. He said he likes the city and he can imagine himself there, right? But,
this is a newsflash to anyone watching who may have like some sort of defensive idea.
um,
Young players love Toronto.
hmm,
All trainers that I've ever talked to love Toronto. Agents should want to be pushing their teams to their they should be wanting to push their players here. A lot of people talk about market. Agents aren't thinking about markets and slots. They're thinking about second contracts. They're thinking about stability and growth. So if I'm an agent in the NBA and I'm Tristan da Silva's agent, I'm looking at a team. I'm saying, do they have a track record for development? Yes. Do they have a
mhm,
track record for organizational stability, i.e., are they relatively drama free? Let's ignore the Jonte Porter scandal. Yes. They are they stable in terms of like their core, and do they give people opportunities? Do they have a development staff in place? Yes. So
mhm,
all of those things, and ultimately, do they take care of their guys when they hit free agency, or do they dump them out to pasture? Typically speaking, they take care of their guys. So
mhm.
I am pushing, and then also here, by the way, John, or sorry, but here come Tristan da Silva, come see this incredible city that is Toronto. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Like if I'm a young player, this is like one of the top 3 places I want to go every year. I'm surprised that we don't hear more about it, but honestly, we hear enough of it. Like I'm never shocked when a young prospect likes Toronto. DeMar liked Toronto, and it's the furthest he could possibly been
Mhm,
from Compton, and he enjoyed being here. Like his first reaction, I remember DeMar in 2009 when he got drafted, and he said it's like mini New York. Personally, resented that comment as a kid from New York, but I got exactly what he meant. He's like, it's so clean, blah 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 blah. People like Toronto. American athletes like Toronto. People like to sell themselves in the idea that they don't, because I
mhm.
think the Toronto Star and the Globe and all these people, they put out this shit because the Raptors management in years past was so incompetent that it just felt easier to blame people for not wanting to come here.
Can I take a shot towards Toronto media here?
Sure, go
And
ahead.
I want to do it online. The second Blake Murphy left the Athletic, and the fact that Sampson still isn't with major networks has essentially given us, I'm gonna say it, like near garbage in terms of coverage for years and years and years. I don't know how many times I've seen Ryan Wolstat recycle the tweet of, man, we should have paid Siakam. Or every time he had a good game in the playoffs, we could have used this guy. I'm tired of it. I can't do it anymore. I want someone who actually covers the game. Please, God, someone hire Sampson from the Republic. Bring back Blake Murphy to the Athletic, or get him away from the Blue Jays and hire more people that make sense.
Sure. Um, RH77 saying, didn't that Samson guy want James Wiseman here
I think
years
so,
ago?
yeah.
Yes, he did. Um, yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, I think Samson's really smart.
Mhm,
This is not going to turn into a 5 minute, detour into Samson folk, but I think, this is also a person that wanted to trade Scottie for Damian Lillard,
mhm,
wanted to pick Jalen Suggs. So we're not gonna act like he's like the perfect, but I think he is way better than
mhm,
what he'd be replacing. And I think that would be a massive upgrade. If we can say that. Like
mhm,
that's where I land on Samson. I think he is way smarter than the people that currently cover the sport for the major outlets. But I don't think the major outlets are necessarily looking for, someone young and opinionated and super smart that intimidates them. I
Hmm.
think they're looking for more continuity and same old, same old.
Yep. The Raptors show last year feeling like the reminiscing show, or if we're gonna continuously bring up the guys of old, right?
Sure. And I mean, like, look, I'm personally my biggest beef with like, literally, like, this is me throwing this to everybody out there. Stand on
Mhm.
what you stood on. That's all I want. If you if you wanted Pascal Siakam to stay, then stand on that. You wanted him to stay, and keep reciting that. But if you wanted him to leave, don't now flip flop and say you wanted him to stay. My thing is, too many people very conveniently brush over or airbrush what they said, or what they wish that they had said, or they ignore, or they manipulate, or they adjust what they said. And I remember what they said. So I very firmly remember Jakob Poeltl. I'm so excited we finally have a center. And then the same person a year later is like, you know, we really shouldn't have traded for Jakob Poeltl. And it's like, I knew that at the time. And it's like, bitch, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. So that pisses me off personally, because I will stand on an L.
Mhm.
If I'm taking an L, I'll stand on an L. I'm very, very, for instance, last year I was very low on Brandon Miller.
Mhm.
I straight up said that any GM who picks Brandon Miller over Scoot Henderson should be fired. I was so against it. I was against Paolo Banchero going number one. I thought Jabari Smith should have gone number one, and Chet Holmgren should have gone number two, and Paolo should have gone number three. Yeah, look
Mhm.
like an idiot for those three. And those are really, really big things to be wrong about. That's right at the top of the draft. I wasn't wrong about the 45th pick. I was wrong about the first pick and the
Mhm.
second pick. But I have to stand on that. Otherwise, I'll never get better. I have to get better. You know what I mean? We all have to get better. So I just think, like, it's impossible to get better if you just keep lying about what you said.
The
So that's what
best
I hope
comment.
the Toronto media can do, is just be honest with where they were.
Mhm.
And if they were saying Scottie Barnes is going to be a bust, should trade Scottie Barnes for, 35-year-old Damian Lillard. If that's what you were saying back then I don't want to hear you walking away from that when he becomes an all-star.
Yeah, probably not. I think the best example, or the best way that you put it on a video that I watched, was the comments towards Darko Rajakovic from people that I genuinely don't think understand basketball. If you're Josh Lewenberg and you're referring to Darko Rajakovic as somewhat of a buffoon because he doesn't get the game, I just think you have to step back. Like, you have to. You just got to, man.
I think the feedback loop is so strong, right? We all speak into an echo chamber of our own communities. You on Twitter, you have your spaces, you speak to your followers.
Mhm.
Disproportionately, you're going to get feedback from people who agree with you, because the people who don't agree with you probably aren't following you. It's the same thing with me here, right? I speak into sometimes an echo chamber. I often block people or have muted people who have gotten too disrespectful, but those are also the people that would ultimately be the disagreeing party. And
Mhm.
so too often we can get a lot of consensus. Maybe we get a ton of views, and we start to think, well, I speak about basketball, and Ben Taylor speaks about basketball, and Darko Rajakovic coaches basketball. We're all just basketball people. And it's just like, step back, bro.
Mhm.
Step back off the mic. You're talking about basketball on fucking YouTube. This is an NBA head coach. Like, and I'm not appealing to authority as a carte blanche argument and just saying, okay, well, every single person who does this professionally is equally good at it. There are plenty of people who are worse at it than others, but they're mostly really, really smart people. And while people are able to identify the intelligence of a guy like JJ Redick, who is extremely well spoken and is just very good at articulating some of the stuff, I feel like some of what Darko says comes off as buffoonery because the person interpreting it is coding it through their own xenophobia. They don't understand what he's saying. Maybe they don't respect the mannerism in which he's saying it. There are things that he's talking about that are going in over their heads, and so it's much easier to caricaturize him, right? Like, I've
Mhm.
heard him called a yes man. I would love to know where that came from, right? And
Uh,
it happens on a broader scale. It's not just Darko who is, subject to this. We judge people based on how they talk all the time. I feel like I'm a beneficiary of people being this small-minded, because I think I'm pretty well spoken, and I think that has always helped me. But it
mhm.
doesn't mean that it should hurt people who don't have nearly as expanded a vocabulary or don't speak nearly as well. where someone like a Scottie Barnes is called acoustic because he laughs a certain way or because he has a certain mannerism, that's annoying to me. But Darko Rajakovic being called stupid by Josh Lewenberg is like, or what would he call him? A buffoon? Buffoonery? Or whatever?
Almost near that.
Criminally insane. Just really insane. A person who's been coaching basketball since he was 16 years old, a person who has, come through so many cultural barriers to knock down, the glass ceiling or whatever the hell it is for European coaches, a guy who is united and gone through hell with this roster last year. I mean, dare you to find one coach who went through more stuff than Darko Rajakovic last year as a first-year head coach, regardless of first-year head coach, 12th year head coach.
I don't think you can point to an example of
I don't think I can
a
think of one in NBA history.
Yeah, no one. Yeah, Jonte Porter was the first.
Maybe the only guy I can think of is Malice of the Palace. Those two coaches losing half their roster like that, but that was so much of that was at least self-inflicted. Like RJ Barrett could not have predicted, this. The Raptors probably could not have predicted Jonte Porter's situation, nor could they have predicted Christian Coloco's. Can we talk about that? It's like 3 players that went through that, like major life stuff. Jonte Porter getting banned, Christian Coloco having to almost medically retire from the league and having to be cut. Like those were major parts of your rotation. And then RJ Barrett, who would have been ultimately in the wake of Scottie Barnes being out, would have been your leading scorer and go to scoring option, just missing, like almost a month because his brother passed away. Like it's crazy. And the fact that he navigated it all with a smile, the fact that he stayed professional, and you know what I appreciate the most about him? Never threw anybody else under the bus.
Yep, which is a little bit of a change from what we had before. Yeah. Not to be like too crazy about it. All right, I want to circle back now because we're at the perfect spot, right? Because we're talking about Darko. I'm going to talk about the record. Every single person on Twitter that wants to tank immediately is attributing the 25-win record to the current group and to the current staff, as if they were the exact cause of it, as if that's who they are, as if we have the perfect read that this is their ceiling, right?
Right.
I get into arguments regularly about this, right? Because I can see us being bad, right? I can see us tanking. I can see Cooper Flag wearing a Raptors jersey, right? If things go wrong, that will happen, right? We're gonna ship it for down 12 at like February, right? We're gonna put it in. We're gonna mail it. But I see a team that can be 500 or better with only small changes. I'm talking the non-taxpayer mid-level and 2 picks in this draft. I see a team that can be better.
In this situation, you are picking up Bruce Brown's option and you're signing Gary Trent back. Am I correct?
The latter one, probably not. And I think Bruce Brown, you know what? I'm on board with trading him for Andrew Wiggins. I am on board with it.
Are you getting anything back in that?
Yeah, I'd want Moses Moody or one of your picks in the future. But I'll bail you out of the craziest tax bill in like human history. Right? I'll bail you out. Give you an expiring. I'll take the guy who's about to play basketball for Team Canada and might be coming into a year in which he performs greatly again. It's a swing I'll make.
Yeah, I've as much as I clown the Andrew Wiggins thing, he just fits like a glove in terms of what you really need: transition athletes, experience, point of attack defense, positional versatility. There's a lot of good stuff to like about Andrew Wiggins, and especially if it's coming with a Moses Moody, because I am higher on him than I am on most prospects, and he has actually gotten better over the last 3 years. Okay, I put a floor on the Raptors next year of about 32 wins, unless they deliberately tank. And the deliberate tanking will not come right away, as per the Scottie Barnes implications, right? What I started talking about earlier was, the Scottie implications of the contract. And given that NBA voters have been very friendly historically to players who have this on the line, especially if they think that you have a realistic shot at it, they're not just going to put Cade all NBA unless he gets like 100 times better. But Scottie and Alperen Şengün and Franz Wagner, if they're on this contract, they are the guys in this draft class that actually have a shot. And Evan Mobley, like those are the 4 guys where I'm like, okay, if they're close, voters will lean towards them, especially with the 65 game rule and how many guys are probably going to be disqualified because they don't qualify. So the 2 things that you can't do with Scottie is you can't tear it down before the season starts. You have to give him a chance, and you have to negotiate that with him beforehand and say, listen, we'll give you 35 games. We'll give you 40 games. This is the benchmark. If you're competitive, if you're in the play-in picture, if you're in the playoff picture at this mark, we promise you that we're not going to do anything to disrupt this. But if you're not, we're going to have to tear it down, but you'll continue to play so that you're eligible. I think that that's like, important to realize. But if the Raptors go full force, trying their best to win every single game, I don't see a world in which they win fewer than 32 games. That's my floor. Ceiling, it really depends on that other stuff. Now,
I
I'm not
think 32 might be a low floor. I'm not even lying to you. I think 32 might be a low floor.
You think there's a chance that you don't think there's a chance that they're a 32 loss team. Sorry, 32 win team. You think
Like competing the entire year and we don't get injured. Key part there.
Injuries are a part of everything. So you can pretty much earmark, 60 games lost between your core rotation every year.
Can I get 70 from the majority of my starters?
Sure. Yeah.
Can I have real backups now because I drafted well and I had picks?
But see, here's the thing. It's almost like you're picking one or the other. If you're picking a Bub Carrington or you're picking an Yves Missi, you're batting on upside. You have to believe that if Grady Dick was not physically ready, I think as high as you are on Grady Dick, can we agree that Grady Dick was pretty much one of the 5 worst players in the NBA for the first 40 games?
Yeah, he sucked, man. That's why I was in a war.
Yeah, and I never gave up on him. Just ask anyone around here. Like the entire time I was like, shut up, y'all wrong. He's gonna be fine. I supported that guy right the way through. I've never turned on him 1 second, never said traded him. I never gloated. I mean, that's the funny thing. I was the guy at the draft who was just like, oh no, Grady Dick. And then, I sobered up like literally an hour later. But at no point did I use Grady's early struggles to be like, see, I was right. Look at how great Jordan Hawkins is doing. I actually doubled down to support Grady Dick during that time. But even I will agree that he was one of the 5 worst players. And
towards the comment you made, though, right? My bad to cut you off here, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we do take the swing on a player who isn't physically ready, the difference between last year and this is 31. And 31, I can almost guarantee you, will be a 5th-year player if the guy at 19 is Yves Missi or a Bub Carrington. There's a Baylor Scheinman. There's a Kevin McCullough. There's a KJ Simpson. There's a Tyler Kolek. One of those guys will most likely be a Raptor.
Which of those guys are you putting above? Like how many? Okay, so again, look at the Raptors rotation last year, right? Take out your starters. That's RJ, Scottie, Gary, I guess was the 5th starter there, right? Jakob, and who am I missing here? Emmanuel Quickly. So your key rotation off the bench is Bruce Brown, Kelly Olynyk, Ochai, Agbaji, Grady Dick. Am I missing anybody? Okay.
Nope.
Baylor Shireman better than any of those players?
Probably better than Ochai Agbaji. Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean,
but here's the thing, right?
Okay, hold on. But I've completely forgot about Chris Boucher and Jonte Porter, who both contributed massively to, or at least in theory, can contribute massively. Is Baylor Shireman better than Jonte Porter?
Probably, yeah.
I don't think he is. That's just me, but I don't think he is. And I don't think he's better than Chris Boucher. I think it's really hard for me to imagine a situation in which there's 12 guys in this entire draft that are rotation players on a good team.
See, that's the thing, though, right? You're comparing them to the possibilities, right? When I think you should be comparing them to nothing. Because nothing is what we're replacing right now.
But I don't think we're replacing nothing. Jordan Nwora, I mean, for all the shit that we can say about Jordan Nwora not being a really good player, was a rotation player on a much better team than the Toronto Raptors when he was playing with the Milwaukee Bucks, right?
Okay, and my stand-up opinion on Jordan Nwora is he might be one of the 5 worst players in the NBA.
Again, and I don't think he is, but we can disagree on that. So I'm looking at guys like Javon Freeman Liberty, 24, 25 years old. I saw him in the G League. I thought he was fantastic. If Javon Freeman Liberty, just the theory of the basketball player, if I could implant that entire game, body, everything, and just make him 19 years old and put him in this draft, he's a lottery pick. He's a lottery pick, man. He's a really good player.
That's a little.
If he was 19 and as good as he is right now.
Okay, yeah, then maybe.
He's a lottery pick, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's like not in a normal draft, just in this draft. So that's where I'm looking at guys like that. I'm looking at guys like Jonte Porter. I'm looking at guys like Precious Achua, Malachi Flynn, whatever. And I'm just like, the odds of the 31st pick being decidedly better than those guys is pretty low, especially when you're talking right away. Because if they
I'm
were,
so
if
far
they,
on the opposite of this, man. I'm just so far. I think that we're talking about players that have no business being on the Raptors like organization anymore. Mohamed Gay should never be back. Javon
he's
Freeman
gone.
Liberty.
He's
Yeah,
gone.
he got waived today. Javon Freeman Liberty should not be back. I don't think.
Really, I like
No,
Javon.
yeah, no. He looks scared, and that's the problem with a lot of these G League guys, right? They look better in the G League because the level of aggressiveness is there.
How much of
But they
this is
get
the grass being greener on the other side? Is there a possibility? Because I'm pretty sure
some of
Ron
it is.
Harper, right? So Ron Harper, the prospect, if you just watch his tape of Rutgers and just, you know, even Justin Champagny, the prospect, shit, you know, a great example of this is David Johnson, the prospect, especially his freshman year at Louisville or second year at Louisville. Like, man, I could have sold myself on that guy being a backup point guard. Instead, he's waived after year one, and he's not even in the NBA and probably never will be. Jalen Harris, again, the prospect, the tape, holy shit. The bursts that he showed at the end of the Tampa year, holy shit, right? There's so many guys in the NBA that I'm just like, man, I got to be patient and I got to bet on upside. But immediate impact right now, there are very few players that I could see in this draft that are going to do that. Even last year, which was a pretty decent draft by draft standards, and even 2021, if you just look at box plus minus as a metric, how many players are flashing above positive, just above zero box plus minus? It's usually never more than 6. It's usually 6, 5 in an entire 60-person draft class, unless we're talking like a small sample size, like I don't know, Marquise Noel, who ends up being like a 43 box minus because he played 2 minutes of very, very good basketball. But like on decent sample, it's very hard to imagine that a young player is going to impact winning. It's very rare. Scottie Barnes impacted winning. He was a positive guy, you know, but it's rare. Victor Wembanyama impacted winning. It's rare.
I just think they're so bad. And from what I saw, and from what we need, right? You know what? I'll say it. For most drafts, I don't think there's this many guys at 31 that I think are 22 and 23 years old that I think can come in and be winners.
That's going to happen from now.
It's going to be more common.
It's way more common because the NIL, and also this draft is particularly weak. I feel like if all these players were to come out next year, right? Let's just say this draft gets canceled. Adam Silver comes out on Wednesday night. This draft is officially canceled. Y'all fucking suck. We're introducing a third and fourth round into the 2025 draft. No draft picks this year. How many of these 60 players are going first round next year, second round next year? Most of them are going to be third round players, man. I'm telling you. Like most of them
I think there's a fair amount. There's a fair amount of these guys because there's real.
I would go first round next year.
Yeah, in the later halves. Yeah, I think there's some 50-year guys in this draft.
I think there's 11 guys in this entire draft that go first round next year. At that's a very, very high. That's max 11. So my point is, like, at most, like, okay, it's not to say a second round pick can't help you.
Can I give an example here?
Sure.
I mean, this might help illustrate it, right? How good does Tyler Kolek have to beat pseudo point guard Bruce Brown?
I think that is a rare example of a player that will be ready on day one. Him, Devin Carter. Like if I'm looking around at
and how many of those guys are in this draft, right?
There are quite a few, right? But if you're telling me that Tyler Kolek will be a rotation piece, that's one thing. That Tyler Kolek will be a better player than Bruce Brown is a different equation. Because as my estimate is, Bruce Brown is like a firmly an $8 to $10 million player. I don't think Tyler Kolek is a $5 million player in year one.
So that's Bruce Brown within the context of who he is usually. But Bruce Brown within the context of who he was and what he's tasked with in Toronto is a much worse player.
How much of last year are you willing to bank on as this is what's supposed to be? Like, I think that's okay. So it's interesting. You mentioned we started, like, we're dancing around a couple of topics, which is it's interesting, and I hope that it's interesting for people listening right now. The 240 of you who are listening, make sure to give this video a like and all that good stuff. I think it's interesting that we talked about, you know, you going back and forth on Twitter with people about how bad or how good you think this team could be. I presented a floor of 32 you said that's too low a floor, that you think the floor should be higher, right?
Mhm.
With marginal tweaks, right? So my question is, why do you feel that you are so far apart with the other people? And I think the answer is they are putting a lot of stock into what happened last year
Mhm.
and making it seem like that's what this team is. This team is a 25 win team. Whereas you're arguing, had this team, not tanked, maybe they're a 37 win team last year. Is that roughly accurate?
I think we're fighting for Atlanta for that last spot with no injuries.
So Scottie and Jakob. Okay, so therein lies the crux of it. Two things that I think are worth noting. You have a lot of players, specifically guys like Nwara, Bruce Brown, Jakob Pertl, Grady Dick, that
Mhm.
I think would drastically benefit from playing off of better players.
Mhm.
And two of their best four players were just missing for a very large chunk of last year, which is Scottie and Jakob Pertl. They're also two of your best screen setters.
Mhm.
And when you're a shooter that sometimes needs some space, that screen setting is going to be magnificently. And there's also massive playmakers. And I think the Raptors really had a playmaking deficit last year as they tried to work through some of Emmanuel Quickley's kinks as a lead initiator, right? RJ Barrett's, kinks as a secondary initiator, working through roster turnover.
Mhm.
Great amount of losses last year came through, in my opinion, a lack of continuity. Every week you're adjusting a new player in. Every week you're adjusting a new player out. You've got
Mhm.
guys coming in like Malik Williams who are starting, or playing major rotation minutes. Mo G is coming in.
Mhm.
I've forgotten half these players' names. DJ Carlton, like these guys just come in, out. 30 or 31 different players played minutes for the Raptors last year.
Mhm.
Continuity is a great way to screw up the win total. I also think that the Raptors maybe weren't really prioritizing winning as a scheme,
Mhm.
forcing guys to play man to man defensively, forcing Kelly Olynyk to be, a guy who cleans up at the point, like what, he's not a rim protector. He's never been a rim protector. Putting him in that position is putting him in a position to fail.
I just
You've got a
I
lot
thought
of
of
people in a position to fail.
Mhm. I thought of
That's
the
not what you do when you want to win.
the perfect way to put it. We held a mid-season training camp and looked better than we did at any point during the year. That's hilarious
Mm,
to me.
the way I framed it was, it's like we decided somewhere in the middle of the season that all our players should wear ankle weights.
Mhm.
That's what I would look at it. There was a handicap on this team where they went out and they said, look, we may not keep our draft pick. We may not, end up like, we may not end up making the plan. We may not end up keeping our draft pick, but let us keep the first thing first and make the main thing the main thing. And the main thing is getting better. And so let's put Grady Dick into positions that he's uncomfortable. Let's put RJ Barrett into positions where he's uncomfortable. Emmanuel Quickly, we're going to put you into positions you're uncomfortable. We're going to ban this floater range shot that you've built your bread and butter on.
Mhm.
You don't do that if you're trying to win basketball games. You simply do not. This would be like if next year we decide Jakob Pertl is going to take 5 threes a game. Are you trying to win or are you trying to develop at that point? And at what point does development get in the way of winning? I think a lot of people lean more towards one than the other. And I think the Raptors leaned far more towards development last year and experimentation than they leaned towards winning. Because if you're trying to win, you just don't do the things they did. Like rotationally, in terms of how minutes were staggered, in terms of lineup combinations, even some of the stuff like we did earlier in the year that people were heavily critical of, like putting Pascal Siakam in the corner a lot and like asking him to be a stretch big, sort of
Mhm.
like, I just don't think these are things you do if you're trying to win basketball games necessarily. I think these are things you do when you're trying to establish a system.
Mhm.
And that's always going to be bad. It's always going to be bad for your record because other teams are coming out trying to win and you're coming out trying to establish habits.
Yeah.
We're not even playing the same game at this point. So I don't think that last year should be used as a benchmark on which to build this year. I don't be like, okay, so if all our players can get 20% better, or all our young players can get 20% better, and we can hit on these picks and that picks, then 25
Mhm.
wins should become 40 wins. I think 25 wins just needs to be tossed in the garbage. I think it's like Tampa. I honestly think last year was like Tampa. I think you just need to toss it and think fresh and just
Mhm.
ask yourself, is there a version of this team that we remember that was literally playing Delano Banton and Malachi Flynn backup point guard minutes that won 47 games?
Mhm.
Because I remember that team. It fully happened. Fred VanVleet, OG Anunoby, Kem Birch, like that's the lineup. Like we rolled out that lineup in Scottie Barnes' rookie season.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So I see a world like what was it? Like who was the center? Who's the starting center for that team? Was it Pascal Siakam starting at center? OG
It was
Pascal?
really just Scottie Barnes. He played the tip off for us. He guarded opposing centers. Yeah, it was him.
Yeah. So I mean, and Scottie's like 3 times the player that he was as a rookie. And
Mhm.
that should be factored in. And Emmanuel Quickley is no slouch. Like I think he's a really, really good player. And RJ Barrett is the type of player that team simply did not have. And Jakob Poeltl is also the type of player that team simply did not have. And a massive upgrade. I feel like there is a world in which the Raptors win 45 games next year. I really do.
Mhm.
I
It's
also
not.
think there's a world in which, things go bad and they win 32 games. And I think that that's the range, but I don't build this range based on what happened last year. I cannot, because I don't think enough of what happened last year was a result of the Raptors trying to win basketball games.
Yeah, I think that's the part of the conversation that I'd like everybody to align on, right? And then have the conversation from there. Like, what do you realistically expect from these guys next year? What does a step forward look like for Barnes, for Barrett, for Quickley, for Grady, even for our coach, right? What happens when he has a season under his belt, right? And he knows what coverages to throw out there or how to react in the fourth quarter, right? Or maybe we actually start trying to run winning plays at the end of games rather than tasking our guys to be Michael Jordan, which I felt like we did a lot of. Like, let's go back to Miami. The first game after the trades. This is Pascal's gone, OG's gone.
Mm-hmm.
We have Emmanuel Quickley. We have Scottie Barnes. We're not running an inverted action. We're not running a straight up pick and roll. We're isolating on Bam Adebayo because we don't care. We're going to beat you that way or we're going to lose this way. And we won that way. And we won a few times that way. We went 500 for that stretch by straight up saying, hey, you know what? We're going to figure it out. And we look better than we did at any point during the year. You can't contest that. That 14-game stretch, the net rating there, what they look like as a group with Gary Trent Jr. as your defensive stopper was good enough for me to say that this team can win 40 games.
Yeah, I think they can. I don't think it's necessarily going to come down to picks 19 and 31. What I would like for the Raptors to do is typically we have taken, I think the issue with the Raptors is really it's systemic. It sort of starts in the 13 to 17 range of their roster. I think that entire range of the roster has been pretty much garbage for the last 3 years, 4 years. And I think that needs to change. I think when you look at the Celtics depth, when you look at their absolute deeper roster, even like 2-3 years ago, you could see guys emerging that were like real NBA players.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think like when I look at, teams like New Orleans, I'm like, there are players not playing in that key rotation that could really be guys. Minnesota is the same way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you look at a guy like Jaden Hardy over in, Dallas. Do we have a player that talented on our deep bench? Not even close.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at that and I'm like, could 19 and 31 at worst case become very, very high utility guys in those positions? I don't necessarily need them to be number 9 and number 10 in the rotation. I believe that we can get players in free agency or through trades or, like through development internally, potentially with Ochai Agbaji. I feel like my key point, and then maybe the big take home from Dan Tolzman interview today, was really we want to see guys who can grow with us, who can build into us, and ultimately can contribute to winning in Toronto. And so I don't really care if that guy starts on day one like OG Anunoby did, or like how you hypothesize that Tristan da Silva maybe could.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if that's necessarily how much he helps. And I will never draft a guy. Like what I want is a guy who comes into the system, gets better, contributes to winning, whether it be in the 905, whether it be in the Raptors, whatever. Because the Raptors have a unique position right now where they absolutely answer to nobody. There's no expectations. They can go out next year and win 45 and be the story of the season, and Darko Rajovic wins Coach of the Year, and Scottie Barnes wins All NBA. Or they can win 30 games. Actually, they can win 20 games next year, and no one's going to say shit. No one is going to be disappointed if the Raptors win 20 games. No one. No one's going to be like, oh my God, what a monumental disaster Toronto is. No one cares. That's a great place to be.
Mm-hmm.
Where there's no expectations. I was listening to Nick Nurse recount winning the championship, on the Draymond Green podcast, and he talked about how no one of the major media outlets, no one talked about the Raptors winning the championship that year. Everyone picked everyone else. There was one person who picked the Raptors, and that person ended up being right. So it's like a very similar situation. Being under the radar is a great thing. There's no expectations. Fans are not expecting you to go out and do anything amazing. So if you do anything noteworthy, it's going to be like this great momentum. And I feel like, from a storyteller perspective, this is usually where the best stories are built. When hope is lost and there are no expectations, and suddenly they rise from the ashes, just like the first We the North. That whole thing started with zero expectations. You traded away Rudy Gay. The casual fan thought it's over, and boom, you start winning games. And I never saw so much support for this team, right? And so you could do the same thing with Scottie Barnes next year. You can come out, you can set the expectations for 20 wins. Maybe the Raptors come out 2-6. Everyone's like, oh, it's going to be one of those seasons. And then boom, 5-game win streak, 6-game win streak. My key point with those guys at the end of the rotation, like those that potentially the 19th pick, 31st pick, is can you step in for the 20 games we're going to need you when someone gets injured? Base minimum, can you do that without costing us money? Or are you going to be a Malachi Flynn where we put you out there and we lose every second that you play on the court? Because that's going to be disastrous.
I think another good way to put it is, can you roll with the punches? Like, if you have the worst stretch on planet Earth, like Grady Dick, can you bounce back?
Sorry, say that again.
Like, if you have like the worst analytical stretch ever, like Grady did in the first half, can you bounce back and be a part of a team that looks good? Like, I think that's a big question for us, right? Because Bub could suck. Bub could get here and his shot's missing just like Grady, and he could be throwing turnovers on repeat, right? But can I see you in January? Does it look a little better? Have you put on a little more weight?
This is the first time in a very long time. This is the first time since Dwayne Casey that I trust the Toronto Raptors to do the right thing with young players. This is the first time. There was a time when I literally thought that this team could turn anyone into a good NBA player. Like, they had a fucking magic formula. Now, obviously, it's completely ridiculous to say that they could turn anyone into an NBA player. They scouted extremely well. They drafted well. They got very lucky on various turns with certain draft picks. But man, they put a lot of work into the development, and it showed up and down the roster. When you look at that championship team, I think that is the blueprint for how you have to build going forward as well. Maybe you never get a Kawhi again. Maybe, someday Scottie turns into the Kawhi. Maybe some people don't want to hear this. Maybe one day the equation flips around and he becomes your DeMar and you have to trade him for a Kawhi. I'm sure there are certain people on Twitter that think that's going to happen. But ultimately, that championship team was defined, in my opinion, by guys 7 through 10, 7 through 11, 7 through 12. There was so much strength in that roster that you gave the coaching staff so many different options. You could even think about how good a player OG Anunoby was. The fact that he missed an entire finals run and they still won is just insanity and a testament to roster building. The fact that you could do 2-for-1 trades across the board, that you could trade a DeLon Wright and a Jonas Valanciunas, get back one starter who is nowhere near capable of playing 30 minutes a night and still sustain your depth. That's how that team was built. And ultimately, it's by getting picks like DeLon Wright and Norman Powell and Jakob Poeltl and OG Anunoby, right? Because if you don't have OG and you don't have Pascal, you don't have a championship, right? Like, you would have to trade something else to get those guys. And it's just, I think that it's really important that these pieces that are coming in, they be viewed as variables, that they not be viewed as, okay, well, if this guy, like, I think this is the fundamental disagreement with me and a lot of people who are talking about this draft, like FA in this community, who's always like, oh, this guy's ready to contribute next year. And it's just like, contribute what? I don't care. I don't care if they're ready to contribute next year. I want them to be good players when we need them to be good players. And that's 3 years from now. Like, I need these guys to be good assets 3 years from now, because whether I'm going to play them, whether they're going to plug in for somebody we're going to lose in free agency, you know what I mean? Like, if you draft Ron Holland at 19, let's just say hypothetically Ron Holland by some miracle falls to you at 19, maybe he sucks this year. Maybe he has a massive adjustment. Maybe the shot is really as bad as some people think it is, and he has to have an entire year where he has to rework his form or something. And I don't think that's going to be the case. It's fine, but maybe that's something that has to matter. Or maybe Bub Carrington, like what you talk. But maybe at one point, Bub Carrington or, Ron Holland are the guys that step into the position that is eventually vacated by an RJ Barrett or Emmanuel quickly.
That's what this is all about. I think that's what I'm trying to push. That's what I want everybody to understand. It all starts tomorrow. Like if we're gonna be who we were before, it's about winning tomorrow, winning in July. We need to get back to it.
Yeah. And once again, whatever the outcome is for players that come in, whether that be Jonathan Mogbo, whether that be Yves Missi, whether that be whatever, for a long time under Dwayne Casey, I believed that whatever juice was in this player, they will find a way to get it out, which means that doesn't mean that no player will fail. Plenty of players failed in Toronto. But that does mean that if you have it, they will get it out of you. Under Nick Nurse, there were plenty of prospects that I was just like, I trust that this guy can be good. I trust that that Delano Banton could be good. I trusted that this guy's gonna be good, and nothing ever happened with those guys. I'm once again back to trusting that if there is juice, that juice will be made. If this prospect has the willingness to work, if they are, for instance, a DeJounte Murray that's just willing to lock himself in the gym in San Antonio and just say whatever it takes, coach. If they've got that part of it down, if there's no physical limitations, then I trust that they're going to turn that player into a really good player. That's more than anything why I want us to draft Nikola Topic and why I would love for us to draft and get up to draft him, because his alignment with what we want to do on the basketball court is just like he's tailor-made. The defense is questionable, but offensively he is tailor-made for what we want to do on the basketball court. And I think that Darko Rajovic would get a lot out of him. So yeah. Anyways, any final thoughts, man?
Nothing beyond just me being excited for tomorrow. And one shout out here, but it's not for myself. It's for the Canadians men's national team for getting 3 points and beating Peru. Let's get out of the fucking group, man. I want to win something again, bro. And I'm sad that I missed the game. I'm going to go back and watch as much of it as I can. Jonathan David scored. I'm not sure how, right? I'm sorry if it's a spoiler if you're going to watch the highlights, right? But man, we took care of business here. Chile, I hope they get smoked by 4 goals by Argentina. I hope it's a demolition and we just draw there. And
is this soccer or hockey? This is soccer. Right?
This is soccer.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I'm clearly not following. When you said Canadian men's national team, I immediately thought basketball, and I was like, "What already? No, come on!" I was like, "What?"
That's August, September.
I legitimately just watched my first hockey game ever the other day. First full hockey game ever.
It's a fun sport, to be honest. Once you get into it, yeah,
it's very interesting. Yeah, my girlfriend asked me. She said, "How does it feel being a complete novice watching something?" Because typically, you're watching things like tennis or basketball, where you have a lot of like opinions. You played the sports, whatever. How's it like playing? Watching a sport that you never played, that you were never good at, that you never really watched before. And I'm like, it's so fun. I had a lot of fun with it, and it was heartbreaking in all the wrong ways. Too bad. It's actually shocking. I'm an American, so I moved to Canada in 2001, and I never really like completely got into why Canadians are so into their sports. And then I Googled up, do you know that, I mean, you clearly know this, that the last time a Canadian, like that the Raptors are the only Canadian team in the internet era to win a major sports championship?
Yep.
No baseball team. So I think the Blue Jays was 93.
Yeah, back then they won 2 in the 90s.
Okay. And then, the last time a Canadian team won it, I think it was the Montreal Canadiens. And that's it. There's no football teams. So holy shit, it's only the Raptors. That is shocking to me. I found that to be completely crazy. So my hope is that that Canadian teams win all throughout the remainder of this decade. And I hope the Raptors win another one. But yeah, it blew my mind. Yeah.
I think that's why our parade was so super powered.
Yeah, people flew in from everywhere, man. I have friends that came in from Vancouver to march in that parade, and I was like, wow, like this is crazy.
Probably the best day in, can I say Toronto's history? No, that's probably too far. There's got to be something better.
It's got to be top 5. It's got to be top 5. Yeah. Anyways, man, thanks a lot for calling in, man. I really appreciate it. Really great conversation. I didn't expect it to go 2 hours and 50 minutes, but I hope people got a lot from it, and come back anytime, man.
Thank you, man. I'm going to head out. Thank you for being so engaging. Thanks to the chat as well. Take care.
Cheers, man. Okay. So we are going to end this live off with a couple things. Number one, we are going to play Dan Tolzman's entire press conference. And then I'm going to quickly go through my big board right towards the end of this draft, into this cycle. We tried to do a video at 5 o'clock this morning that got mercilessly trolled. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think there were like 14 different accounts that came in and tried to spell out the N word one letter at a time. So you couldn't even censor it. It was insanity. Hopefully that never happens again. We're going to have different rules for who can comment in terms of the draft, the lottery, the lottery. The draft live show that we do tomorrow, that is going to be subscribers only comments. So and I think you have to be subscribed for like a couple hours. So if you're planning to comment there and you're planning to be respectful and nice, please subscribe. And yeah, we're going to listen to the Dan Tolzman thing, and I'll give you my big board right after, because again, that got kind of censored in that video.
Not much of either. I mean, yeah, this is that time of year where we're trying to gather as much info leading up to the draft as we can, just to ideally see which players we could be looking at come draft night. And I'd say this year, probably more than any year, most of the people that we're talking to are in the same boat as we are, as it's wide open. Like, the range of players is about as wide as I can ever remember. And so that really makes things difficult to try to project which guys we can safely cross off the list who could get to 19. And so there's an added level of kind of uncertainty that I'd say isn't common for this close to the draft.
Did that create you guys issues for you guys in getting guys in, to bring in more than usual, fewer than usual? How did it impact that?
It made things a little tougher, I'd say. We still got in a lot of players, but I think that uncertainty from the agent's perspective was they're catching interest from a big group of the draft. Where we fell on that spectrum is kind of up for debate between our point of view and the agent's point of view. So I'd say there was definitely some decisions made on their part to prioritize some other teams that they felt was maybe in the more realistic range for guys that, come draft night, it might end up being that our point of view was a little more realistic, and hopefully we could have got them in, but it is what it is.
You wouldn't necessarily have to take your guy that you brought in, right?
No. I mean, and I don't think we would ever rule somebody out that we didn't get in. I think there's an understanding, I think, on both sides that it's a jigsaw puzzle that you do your best to fit in a schedule of workouts, and they've got 30 teams calling them to try to fit it in as well. So I don't think you ever hold it against an agent, or especially a player, that they didn't come and visit us, so we're not going to take them because of that. It makes things a little easier and better for us when we do get them in, because not only how the workout goes, but all the touch points of getting to know them, and the time that we spend with them, the time they get in the city, it really adds a level of comfort with a player. But yeah, it's by no means is whether a guy got here during the pre-draft day like a prerequisite to drafting him.
How many guys have you had in who is comparable to the last year?
I don't know exact numbers. I would say it's probably pretty comparable to any other year where we had multiple picks. I think that the ranges that we're in were good for getting in a wide group of players that are kind of both tiers, if you would, like of borderline lottery guys to, borderline first round guys. And so there's a big group of players that fall in that category. And I'd say within those constraints, like I think we got in a decent amount that I would compare to any other year.
Sorry, go. You guys are in the unique position this year of having whatever ends up being 20, 21 hours on the clock before 31. What are, in your view, obviously not having done this before, or anyone having done this before, what do you think are the pros and cons of having that much time to make a pick?
It's going to be interesting. I think everyone is kind of learning as we go on how to approach that. I'd say that we're definitely, we're we're preparing for the phones being busy leading into that pick, because as we all know, there's always players that unexpectedly fall to the second round. Who those are and where they're, there's teams that like those guys inevitably. How many teams those are and they call to try to get to 31, because I mean it's essentially the first pick the next day. So I think we're preparing for what that board looks like on day 2. It could lead to, maybe some more calls than what would normally be the case on a single day draft. I would say there is an element too, though, that in the heat of the moment on a single day draft, when that shift from first round to second round, the heat of the moment leads to a little more like frantic decision making and a little more like caught in the moment, that maybe those offers, they maybe get a little out of control sometimes because like you just get caught up in the moment. Whereas like now, like teams will have a chance to sleep on it and think about it. Like it's going to be a more measured discussion, I think. But there could be more teams that come to the table with that pick in mind. But at the same time, like we also get an extra, whatever you said, 20 hours to like sleep on it and think about the players themselves on the board, to where, I mean, I think we're leaning towards, of course, keeping the pick unless, something comes up. But it's like we're approaching it as if we plan to take that pick, and, we'll see what the board looks like and we can sleep on it and really have meetings the whole morning and rethink the group of players that we're looking at as if we're like kind of restarting the draft process.
How much weight are you putting into a pick that potentially has a lot of potential, but they're kind of rough, need a bit more development, versus a guy that maybe is a little bit more polished, potentially like a fourth-year player, but maybe the ceiling might not be as high or as athletic, et cetera, et cetera? How much weight do you put into balancing both of those?
I think it's all special circumstances, like to each player comparison. I don't think we ever put more weight on a development player versus a finished product. I think that the NBA is kind of, I should say maybe the NBA draft is going towards just having more of these finished, I hate to call them finished products, but like more seasoned players, just because of the landscape of the NCAA. More guys are going to start staying a little longer because of the NIL rules, and it's just a part of it. And so we just get an added level of evaluation on these guys, that I think that it's it's a sense of who can come in and help us at some point, whether it's this next year or whether it's 2 or 3 years down the road. The goal is to have someone that can actually impact our games. I think we're at the stage of our basketball team cycle to where, we can give players runways to try to get to that point, and it doesn't necessarily have to be someone that can come in and play right away. And I would say that we've always been a team to worry more about the bigger picture of what a guy could do for us down the road. And that's on any level. They don't have to be like all-star potential as much as just like, how can a guy fit in and play for us? We have a long track record of taking guys they just know how to play, regardless of what their upside is. And then hopefully like all of these guys have some untapped development potential, that even if the ceilings might not be as high as some of like the really young, enticing guys, there is still some development upside.
I gotta be honest, he just described Tristan da Silva to a T. But yeah.
Has the volatility of this draft created more trade talk in 19, like moving 19 to 13, 19 to 25, because they're that huge?
No, I wouldn't say there's any extra sense of that. Probably just more chatter than everything, of people just trying to get a feel for maybe which picks are available. Because I do think there is a level of, once the draft begins and certain players end up staying on the board that maybe was unexpected, there could be a little more volatility at that point, when certain players that, maybe drop to a certain level that isn't normal or isn't usual in terms of, who's projected to be the top guys. There's usually only like 1 or 2 guys that slip, but maybe this year it could be a little wider in terms of the number of guys that kind of shift around. And then, yeah, maybe at that point there could be some action to people to try to move up into a spot to get somebody. But at this point, I wouldn't say it's been anything abnormal.
You touched on this a bit ago, but this is the first time you've really gone into the draft process with the core, 25 and under, except for Yak. How does that change the process for you guys, if at all?
Not really at all, honestly. Like we try to approach the draft the same way every year, to where we evaluate the group of players that we have, and I should say the group of players that are available to draft, and then we try to stack up within our group who the best players are for us and the way we play and what we're looking for, regardless of what's going on the main team, because it's all of that can change in a blink of an eye. And so we just want to make sure that we're selecting the players that we think, regardless of what happens, when all the dust settles and we're walking into summer league, like they're guys that we're comfortable with that can grow with us long term.
With that said, Scottie's obviously a guy that you're building around. When you're going through this process, how much do you consider him and his skill set and projecting fit for a lot of these prospects?
I think that I think there's definitely a level of it, because anytime you're building around a core of guys, like we have a group of young guys that we do have in mind building, and like there's holes that we do need to address, but I don't know if the draft is necessarily like, we've never been a team that wants to use the draft to fill those holes. It's more of like, we know what we're going to need long term, and whether that's a combination of draft and free agency, we know where we need to get to, and those discussions happen, but it's never we have to pinpoint a certain position or a certain type of player to fit with where building around any of our young guys makes sense via the draft. It's more of best player available is usually how we lean in the draft, because it's at the end of the day, if by mid-season next year things have changed a lot, it's like if we still think we have the best player, or we took the best player at the time, like we'll be happy with it.
And, Rich Paul made kind of unusual comments last week, where Bronny and one of the teams that you kind of mentioned was the Raptors. And, I'm only asking because Rich put it out there. I mean, is Bronny James the guy you'd look at with one of your picks?
I mean, I think all these players are guys that we're looking at. I mean, he's in the mix, like I wouldn't say it'd be a disservice to us if I told you like anything more strongly than anyone else. But I think I would say that, yeah, like every player on the board we're looking long and hard at, and I wouldn't say that we've ruled anybody out at any of our picks. So that's as much as I'd probably say on that.
How would you notice this second tax apron, second round draft pick exception changes to the CBA impacting conversations you had recently as it pertains to the draft?
I wouldn't say a ton, honestly. Like I think the ability to sign second round, I mean, having 31, it's obviously it's a marquee second round pick. And so I do think there's probably a level of your ability to sign those guys without tapping into the mid-level or whatever the processes were in the past to be able to sign a guy. Being able to now have that second round exception, that is probably the main part that's changed in terms of the value of being able to roster these guys without worrying too much about the other mechanisms. But in terms of like, other teams maneuvering to do anything to avoid aprons or whatever, like I haven't really noticed a ton of difference than in years past.
When you look at a player like Zach Edey, you guys obviously work out, but there's been some sort of polarizing topic on how some of the skills could kind of translate over. How do you delineate or find those indicators of figuring out what you think would translate over and know what works at the pro level?
Yeah, I mean,
So the question for those of you who were not able to hear it is, how do you figure out what of the advanced stats and profile, et cetera, translates from college to the pros? I think this is one of the most interesting questions.
I think that's a conversation for way more than just Edey too. Like it's like all these guys, they're coming from a different, almost like a different sport, like college basketball, international pro basketball. Like it's not the NBA with the way that they play. There's different shot clocks, different 3-point distance, like all of the things that go into what makes players really good at that level is different in the NBA. And it's honestly, that's one of the biggest parts of our evaluation process is what translates and what doesn't. And I would say that a lot of our internal debates in the days leading up to the draft are rehashing conversations that we've been having for the last couple months on just going over and over and over of what translates, what doesn't, why do we think certain things will, why do we think certain things won't for one player versus another player. There's a lot of these side-by-side discussions as we're trying to stack out our order, and translating skills is a big part of that. But I mean, I wouldn't say anything with him particularly is anything different than other players. You know, I think there's players across the board that have equal number of questions on if things can translate or not.
Has that changed league-wide? Like, is there any sort of trend that might be happening over the last couple of years that maybe you've noticed that teams are kind of getting used to more? I don't know.
No, I wouldn't say anything notable in terms of trends. I think like the NBA for the last few years it's been offensively trending and then now maybe it's going to swing back the other way and trend defensively with, you know, some of the adjustments that are being made. But, you know, we have to ideally stay ahead of those trends as opposed to following the trends. Like we've always been a team we just kind of do what we think is best for us. And if it happens to be a bigger trend in the league, like so be it. But if not, you know, but we feel comfortable with what we're doing, then we're just going to do that.
How has this past week or whatever, since the finals ended, you guys can talk to your own free agents and stuff, how has that changed this process heading into the draft, eventually heading into the agency compared to years past?
That's not really my side of things. Like I know Masai and Bobby, they handle the free agent side a lot more. I'm still with my group in the room dealing with the draft. And so I couldn't answer that for them, but I would say from our perspective, it hasn't changed our draft discussions whatsoever.
Who you drafting?
I haven't read your columns yet, so I gotta take a look to see who our top picks are.
And I gotta know who asked that question. Who are you drafting? Okay, so in terms of the big board, so I was just briefly checking out a Twitter space, and ASG had his Twitter board, had his big board or their big board, and it's very interesting because it's very different than mine. In no particular order, well, no, in a very specific order from 1 to 39. I'm just going to read this out just to get an idea of where other people are on this, and then I'll present you sort of my big board very quickly, and then we'll wrap this up. So going from 1 to 39, this is how they have it. Alex Sarr, Reed Shepard, Zachary Sachet, Miles Brazales. That's tier 1. Okay, that's all-star, you know, a superstar or star potential. Then they have the tier where there's all-star upside, I guess. Donovan Clingan, Kel'el Ware. So Kel'el Ware at number 6 here. Ron Holland, Bub Carrington making it to 8. Devin Carter, Nikola Topic, Isaiah Collier, DaRon Holmes at 12. Stephon Castle at 13. Terrence Shannon Jr. 14. Rob Dillingham 15. Then we go into the next tier, which starts with Cody Williams at 16. Jared McCain, Zach Edey, Jacoby Walter, Tijani Salon, Ryan Dunn, Tristan da Silva, Dalton Connect, Yves Missi all the way at 24. Tyler Smith 25. Tyler Kolek at 26. Juan Nunez 27. Jamal Sheed at 28. And then we got Kyle Filipowski kicking off tier 4. Nikola Dursic, Kevin McCullough, Johnny Furphy, Jalen Tyson, Adam Bona, Jonathan Mogbo at 35, Judah Mintz at 36, Pacom Dadiet at 37, Ulrich Komche at 38, and then Bobby Klintman at 39. Very different than my board, so let's just quickly go through that. And this is probably going to go through some final adjustments. I still feel like I'm missing something on Rob Dillingham. He's probably going to move up my board tonight, but Justin Stewart saying Flip getting mentioned right at the end of the first round a lot. Him at 31 would be very nice. Sure. Yeah, I think that's a there's a lot to break down about what Dan Tolson said, and I think I'll tie some of that into what I'm going to talk about next. So briefly, let's go into this here. So here we are. So again, this is something I talked about this morning. Here are my real lottery talents. Naturally, talked about this on Twitter as well. You can, just briefly talking about it. I am higher on Nikola Topic than most people. Manas Buzelis at 5 is right around where most people have him. Reed Shepherd at 6. Again, I expect Reed Shepherd to go 3rd. I expect him to be a very good player. I think all of these people, all of these players have like a outside shot to be all-stars. Do I think any of them will be all-stars? Maybe one. If you're lucky, one of these guys will be an all-star. Let that be known to anyone who thinks what Scottie's done so far is easy. It's not easy to become an all-star in the NBA. It generally means that you're one of the top 35 players in the league and the best league in the world at the most talent-rich time in the world. It is very difficult. There are plenty of really good players who have never been all-stars. Jamal Murray is an incredible player. He has never been an all-star. So it's very difficult. You have to find yourself in the right space, right time. So yes, do I think one of these guys will be an all-star? Yes. Which one is it? Your bet's as good as mine. But if I had to bet, it would be on Zachary Risochet, and that's why he's my number 1 pick in this draft. There are 3 guys in this range right here that could be big-time fallers. And this is the same range that most people would have put Cam Whitmore in last year in the Michael Porter Jr. draft. This is where people would have put him. Real lottery talents. History shows us one of these guys is almost always going to fall down to 14 or 15. So if you're the Toronto Raptors and the right one of these guys falls, even if the wrong one of them falls to 13 with the Sacramento Kings, do you make a deal to help that team out of their cap situation? Do you move up 6 picks? Are you going to have the offer? Because I guarantee you, if you are waiting for Nikola Topic to fall, or if you are waiting for Ron Holland to fall, so are 7 other teams, so are 8 other teams. At which point, this is where I say I wish the Raptors had a little bit more to offer. E-Trick saying, Nikola Topic will fall to 19 tomorrow. Watch him fall to 19 and us pass on him. You will see me have an aneurysm live. Like, I'm going to lose my freaking mind if that happens. Yeah. Okay. Topic actually falls into the same category to some extent as a RJ Barrett and also a Jakob Poeltl that I was earlier mentioning, where it's like a little bit tough. There aren't like 100 different ways this guy can succeed. There are fewer channels for him to be successful. With Topic, with his ball handling and the role that he has played for Mega as well as in the EuroLeague, I think, the chances of him being 7 different versions of a successful player, they kind of go out the door. So when I look at guys who fit the bill of, a guy who could succeed as 6 different versions of himself, Matas Buzelis, Ron Holland, right? Reed Shepherd, Alex Sarr, Zach Risochet. Those are the guys, Stephon Castle. Those are the guys where I'm like, it can happen a lot of different ways. Cody Williams. Whereas I look at a player like a Nikola Topic in this group or a Donovan Clingan, and I'm like, there aren't 18 different ways these guys can be successful. They can be successful in like this way. And you as a team are going to have to adjust to the way that they are going to become successful in. So I think that, yeah. Oak Tree saying, not gonna lie, I miss Rob Macho Man freakouts. They get okay. I'll just throw it in. Ooh, yeah, like one of those like Macho Man things every now and again. Okay, moving on to the next tier, which would be the mid first or the high floor. And starting out this range is Yves Missi, going up to Devin Carter. Do I think there's an outside chance that one of these guys is going to be an all-star? Sure. I think there's going to be, history has taught us that in this range and the next range combined, there's going to be probably one other all-star. Now, there's a big difference between an all-star like a Jamal McGlure, an all-star like a Fred VanVleet, an all-star like Antonio Davis, and an all-star like Nikola Jokic. I'm not sure there's a Nikola Jokic or Giannis Antetokounmpo hiding in this draft, and we're probably not going to know who that player is for another 2 years. However, there's probably going to be a couple all-stars in this draft. I think the history has taught us I don't think there's a single draft in NBA history that hasn't produced a single all-star, if I recall correctly. So chances are when you pick 60 guys to become pros, one or two of them are going to have surprising jumps. I think Devin Carter and Yves Missi are the best guys in this group to show a surprising jump. Salon could also come there, but I'm just not as high on him as other people. Jared McCain, I think he's going to be a solid, serviceable guy. Bub Carrington, again, compared to the last group, does he have that level of potential? I'm not sure, but he has a lot of potential. Jacoby Walter is probably going to fall out of this range for me as I do more film work on him tonight and just think about it and debate internally with myself. And Dalton Connect, solid floor. Where's his ceiling as a 23-year-old player? I don't know, but I'm pretty sure if Dalton Connect falls to 19, which he will not. But if he fell to 19, I would be very surprised if he wasn't in the Raptors main rotation next year. And so now here comes, the late first flyers. And again, am I way too low on Rob Dillingham relative to the rest of the? Yeah, probably. Am I too low on Isaiah Collier? Am I too low on Kel'el Ware? Probably. That I have Tristan da Silva over these guys is an indictment of them, but also an indication of where I am on this draft in general. DaRon Holmes, I watched a video of him breaking down his film for No Ceilings, I think. The No Ceilings podcast. I like him. I like him a lot. I like his shooting upside. I'm not really sure where I fall on him as an athlete. I see a role player. I see a backup big. And if the Raptors decide to draft DaRon Holmes at 19, you're not going to hear me complaining about it. But it probably means that a lot of players that I was hoping would slip to 19 didn't, because he's kind of like in that range for me. He's like 19 to 25. And if he's the pick, then that means that the Raptors saw something in him when they saw him in person that I'm not seeing on the tape. So again, the archetype works. Jonathan Mogbo is very high on my board, and it's because he has a pathway to be a contributor right away, and he also has a pathway to getting a lot better. I think the shooting upside is real on this guy. Watched, videos of him again in an open gym, but he was going full speed where he's just like, bam, net, 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 and it's clean. And then you listen to him reflecting on how his freshman year screwed him up. And it's just like, man, the Raptors love guys like this, right? Because he's an older prospect, the small conference, thing. This should be their target at 31. And I think he will be their target at 31. I just don't think that he is going to be there. And then you have Pacom Dadiet. Again, a lot of potential there. I like his scoring upside. Again, maybe there aren't as many ways that he can be successful. And I feel the same way about Kyshawn George. To those asking, Kyshawn George, probably in the next tier or the tier after that. I see Kyshawn as a second-round pick. I wouldn't bat an eye if the Raptors pick him at 31. If the Raptors pick him at 19, that's a major reach for me. You better believe in the shooting upside on him. Oh, shoot. I wrote Da Silva. My bad. I also made another spelling mistake here, so my bad. I will clear that up. Yeah. And Isaiah Collier, again, similar situation as Nikola Topic, but just a way less talented player, in my opinion. Doesn't have as many pathways to success. Really tough season at USC last year. I'm actually warming up. Now, you all might find this crazy, but I'm actually warming up to the idea of Bronny James as the pick at 31. Now, that must mean that none of these guys on this list fell that far. I certainly wouldn't take him over anyone on this list. But if the board breaks in the wrong way and he's in that range, Bronny James is the type of player where there might be a considerable amount of upside on him, given that what he went through health-wise. I watched his, some of his high school tape, and I was like, man, this is not the player I saw at USC. Now, it's very easy to sell yourself on, well, Bronny James went up a level and Bronny James got exposed. There's another way to say it where Bronny James went up a level. Bronny James had a very small sample size. Bronny James is going through a health thing. He's still a really functional athlete. He's still a huge name. And if he works out, if he even becomes half of what he was supposed to be when he was being mocked top 10, that's a really big trade asset for you to dangle. And from what I understand, he's a very humble kid, really good for your culture. He's going to come in, he's going to work super hard. It's interesting, for a team that doesn't have a lot to root for, having Bronny James on your summer league squad, having Bronny James in the 905, having Bronny James, as your backup guard. And I think he sort of fits with Scottie. He's a really smart player. He's a really smart player. So you have to really buy the upside on the shot. But some of his point of attack defense is really cool. So yeah, I think Bronny James in a draft this week is worth a flyer at 31. Yes, I'm going to say that concretely. I think to all the people saying, oh my God, no one but the Lakers will draft him, man, like chill on that. A lot of what has come out from Rich Paul, it could just be smoke. It could be nothing. But him, 5 days ago, he said LeBron James has walked back on his desire to, have to play with Bronny James. Why would he walk back on that if the Lakers were 100% drafting him? Why walk back on that? You look so stupid. Why would you say it and then walk back on it? Unless, of course, you knew that there was a team legitimately interested in drafting Bronny James higher, and they were willing to give him a contract that was not a two-way contract. And look, like you can use this threat of a floor with him, right, in LA, and you can say, LeBron wants to whatever, but LeBron's not an idiot. If there's a clear pathway to Bronny James, like playing major minutes in his rookie season for a development team that LeBron knows the people, LeBron trusts Masai, whatever, he trusts that he's not going to fuck him up. I could see a world in which, maybe it's a smokescreen, right? The workout, oh, he's only working out with LA, he's only working out with Phoenix. Like I could see Bronny James being in that conversation for sure. Moving on from this list, and there's another typo on this list, so I apologize. I made this like very, very early in the morning. The typo is, where's the typo? Where's Dylan Jones? It's Dylan Jones. My bad. And this is the fringe first round talents. These are guys that I typically would say supposedly in most drafts would go 29 to 40, and that's like debatable, right? So this is your Julian Strathers, your, Walker Kesslers in some years. This is your Christian Kolokos. This is your Andrew Nemharts. And again, not all fringe first rounders turn into, a Peyton Pritchard. Some of them turn into Malachi Flynn's. And I think you're going to get an equal amount of one and the other. Of this list to look out for the Raptors, Baylor Shireman. If he doesn't go to Denver, I think the Raptors will give him a solid consideration at 31. Adam Bona, I really like his fit with the Raptors. And again, maybe he's not this high on the Raptors board, but, again, if the board breaks right, if Ryan Dunn goes to New York, if Kyshawn George goes a little early and you're picking between Adam Bona and Trenton Flowers and, maybe Bobby Klintman, I could see them going with Adam Bona. I think if you're going to look at this from a fit perspective of like what the Raptors have shown themselves to value, I think, Raps fans is something really interesting, which is that the Raptors departed from their typical type because of Darko Rajakovic last year, Grady Dick being the departure. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I see where he's coming from on that too. So if you believe that the Raptors are going to prioritize the things that Darko prioritizes, if his imprint or his philosophies are going to start bleeding into their draft philosophies, then I could see another name, being very high on their board, and that's Oso Iguodaro, who played with Tyler Kolek, and just a really good high floor player, who can probably work out as a rotational big for you at some point down the line. Really good passing, really good feel. I also think DaRon Holmes moves up a little bit on my board if I'm factoring in how much Darko would like him. And I think maybe Yves Missi moves down in that case, right? Because the playmaking upside isn't very real with him. However, I think with Yves Missi, I think you have to factor in so many things. There's a very interesting part where they talked about like what translates, what doesn't from from the NCAA to, the NBL or EuroLeague, whatever, and then pulling it over here. There's so many different factors that play here. Number one, how do you compare Ron Holland, first option, Stephon Castle, stack team? How do you compare these two players? Like they're constantly in conversations and debates. How do you compare them? Do you compare them statistically? You can't. One guy was playing against boys, the other guy was playing against men, right? So what if you had put Ron Holland on UConn and you had put Stephon Castle in G League Ignite? Would Stephon Castle be like a fringe first rounder right now and Ron Holland would be number one, pick? Maybe. So context matters here. So you have to weed through all the contextual, things that might be screwing up a guy, right? Like I think one of those examples was the guy that the Indiana Pacers drafted, 6th overall, Canadian kid, forgetting his name right now. Help me out, chat. Fuck. Not Ben Shepherd, Benedict Mathurin. And, playing with two bigs, playing with Christian Coloco inside, paint, clogged, smaller floor in college. And you start thinking downhill attack, downhill, all the stuff that he does. And so you start to look at players who played on smaller courts and you're like, damn, expanded role. You start to look at players who maybe didn't handle doubles and triples super well. And you're like, playing off of better players. So you start to look at a guy like Isaiah Collier. You look at a guy like Bronny James. You look at a guy like, Ron Holland. You maybe look at guys who weren't in the greatest situations and you say, shit, well, we're not going to put them in that situation. We'll put them in a better situation. And maybe they'll be freaking fantastic with us. Context matters so much when we're talking about small sample size. I think that every single player we're talking about here has played a very small sample size of basketball games, and we're trying to extrapolate what will be, what won't be based on that. You don't sound any smarter than anybody else by saying Bronny James is going to be out of the league in 3 years as you do by saying Bronny James is going to be a top 10 player in this draft. You honestly don't know. You can at best make a reasonable guess. I think the Raptors will make a really good decision tomorrow night. I'm praying that the board breaks right for them. You cannot control the 18 picks above you. What you can control is what you might be willing to do to move up. And if the team will accept, then that's at least partially in your control. And if Nikola Topic or Ron Holland or Cody Williams start falling down past 13, I think I have to make a very, very strong case that the Raptors could be taking a top 5 player out of this, in this draft. And I may not be saying much. A top 5 player in this draft might still not be an all-star, might still just be a role player, like a really good role player. But I think for a team that played Jalen McDaniels major minutes last year, played Chris Boucher major minutes last year, was struggling to find, depth last year, the main goal right now for the Raptors is find talent. I don't care what position it plays, find talent. Find talent that's willing to work. Masai Ujiri said it all the time. We need workers. We want workers. You need to find people who fit into your culture. You need to find people who are going to build your culture up, who are going to do good things in the community. You need to find people who are willing to work hard. You need to find people who fit the style of basketball you envision yourself playing. And that's not talking about fit, but fit within your culture and your identity as a basketball team. With Scottie Barnes, as much as Dan Tolzman wants to brush off, how much it impacts. Yes, it does impact. You want to play fast. With Scottie, you want to play full court. You want to play expanded. You want to put athletes around him. Athletes. Yves Missi makes sense for me. He is a very smart player. Even though he hasn't shown the greatest passing instincts or court vision, it doesn't mean it won't come. It doesn't mean it can't come. It doesn't mean the game cannot be taught. I will always consider that intelligence is the great magnifier of success, an amplifier of success in the NBA. I will trust that a player with limited upside, limited, I would trust that a player with limited athleticism can overcome that athleticism with significant amount of intelligence. I believe that intelligence and maturity and self-awareness and all of these soft skills and intangibles can drastically change an athlete's prospective, an athlete's ability to stay on the court, an athlete's ability to even be a professional basketball player and fit in a professional context. And so these things are what you figure out in the interviews. This is what you figure out in your scouting. This is what you figure out, year after year watching these guys through AAU. And so it's not as simple as watching a 10-minute tape and saying, Kel'el Ware is the answer to all our woes. It's not that simple. There's so much more that comes into it, and how this player is going to fit into this city, how this player is going to fit into this community, fit into this locker room, fit into this organization, how much they're willing to work, what type of basketball goals they have, how much winning is a part of their equation. I also factor in their family and friends, their relations, because those people are going to be coming into your locker room too. So all of this matters. And when I think about all of those factors, when I think about everything, when I think about, the integrity, the intensity you're bringing to practices, when I think about, how you are to ride a fucking plane with, when I think about, the work ethic that you're willing to put in year after year, I'm basically buying a 4-year stock that's locked in you. And at some point I might need to trade you Have you built yourself up as an asset? I hate to talk about players this way, but it's true. When I start thinking about all the things that are valuable to me, I'm very, 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 very hard pressed to say that there's like 9 players in this draft that are better than Yves Missi for me. So JJ already making headlines with accusations against him. So glad we didn't hire him. Please expand on this. What do you mean? I have been doing a live for the last 3.5 hours, so I am not woke to what's going on here. I don't know if I've made it known, but I'll make it known to the 213 people here. I am not a fan of the JJ Redick hiring. I do not think he will be successful in LA. And I've never been able to fully articulate my issue with JJ. I don't know what it is. I think my issue with him is that he is about himself. He can talk about service all he wants. He can talk about competitiveness. I'm not sure any of that matters. I'm not sure any of that matters. I think really great coaches have to be about service to the community, service to players, service to things. Abu Bakr saying, new Los Angeles Lakers coach JJ Redick has been accused of directing the N-word at an African-American woman while attending Duke in the early 2000s. The allegation was made on a social media post. Wow. Here's the thing. Do you know why I like Darko Rajakovic so much? No, it is not because we're from the same city. It is not because of that. It is not because he's Serbian. It's not because he's from Čačak. It's not because I have an affinity for nerds. No, it's none of that. It's nothing to do with identification. It is because I don't like coaches who make everything about themselves. I really don't, right? There are certain coaches that I really liked. I like Jordi Fernandez. I cannot believe that Jordi Fernandez has to coach the shit show that is the Brooklyn Nets, and JJ Redick gets, am I going to evoke the whole white privilege thing? Maybe. Shit, maybe. Like, I mean, a lot of coaches of color do not get the opportunities that JJ Redick was just gifted on a fucking silver platter here. And you might say he's getting that opportunity because a person of color vouched for him, which is LeBron James, right? But to me, I have never, like, JJ Redick, I'm not gonna put it in. I'm not gonna be able to put this into words, right? And I don't think I'm gonna do my real thoughts of service, and so maybe I need to work on a video essay for why I don't think it's gonna work out with him. And he's a very smart guy. He leans into the analytics, but every single, like, JJ Redick is everything I hate about myself. Let me just be real about it. Okay, JJ Redick is everything I hate about myself. He's arrogant. He thinks he's better than people. It's every single thing. If I went to a therapist tomorrow, I would be like, yo, help me get rid of these X, Y, Z qualities about myself. Help me work through all that underlying trauma and bullshit within me that makes me do this in situations where I feel threatened. And everything that I would be trying to address and, every underlying issue about myself will be something that I'll have in common with JJ Redick. I don't aspire to be a person like that because, yeah, I'm not really, that's exactly what it is, right? He is really smart, and you cannot, like, I don't know what it is about society that is drawn to individuals that walk around like they're better than people. Like, there's a certain rapper in the Toronto game that's a lot like that too, right? I mean, what was the line in Drake's song? It was something like, my Mount Rushmore is me in 3 different poses or some bullshit like that. It's like, I think most of us hit a point in our lives where we have to ask ourselves, what do we admire in other people? Now, here's a completely, random thing. I did an exercise. I think I was like 18 or 19 years old, and this was based on something that my friend asked me to do. He said, write out, think of the 10 people that you don't like, right? and write down 3 things that you don't like about them. Just write it out and see what comes up. Are they deadbeats? Do they not pay back their debts? Are they unreliable? Are they tardy? Are they unkempt? Are they unambitious? Are they overly negative? Are they overly critical? Like, what is it about them that you don't like, right? Okay. So write that out. Now find, 10 people and write out 3 things that you really like about them. Are they generous? Are they reliable? Are they, very willing to accept their mistakes and stuff like that? And what you're going to find, if you're being honest, is you're going to have a lot of shit in common with both, right? When you self-reflect, you're going to find that you have an issue with people who are often late because you yourself are often late. You're going to find that you have an issue with people who are arrogant and pompous and talk over people and aren't very good listeners because at times you've hated that about yourself. We are all in a process of working through ourselves this way. And so with JJ Redick and Darko Rajakovic, I see the complete pitchfork in the road. JJ Redick is like pretty much everything I thought I wanted to be when I was younger, which is, an arrogant know-it-all who was like privileged and who could just talk down to people and whatever. Maybe when I was 13 or 14, that was very appealing, but Darko Rajakovic, the warm, welcoming, humble, approach to building people up and not tearing people down and being this effusive, positive, relentlessly, energetic, accountable human being is what I aspire to be, you know? Oak tree, open your window and yell, "I'm mad as hell and I'm gonna take it anymore." That's funny. Rob can't knock down a 3 off the screen like JJ Redick. Facts. I cannot. But it's worth noting the 3-point shooting is literally the only thing I did well as a basketball player. So I don't get that vibe from JJ at all. That's cool. You don't have to. And that's where, that's the growth. That I don't have to sit here and try to convince you that he is one way. You're entitled to your opinion fully, and I am entitled to mine. It's just something about JJ Redick that's always rubbed me the wrong way. I can appreciate the basketball analyst while not really liking the person. And I think that understanding basketball is like 10% of being a good coach. I really do believe that. Speaking and communicating is a lot of it too. But I think the larger point of being a great coach is trust. Do players trust you? I've heard a lot of people say that yes, they will trust him because LeBron is buying it and Austin, Reeves likes him, and so everyone's going to trust him. I don't care if they will trust you if you come out 8-2. I care if they trust you if you come out 2-8. That's when you'll know. What Darko Rajakovic went through last year in Toronto, not to make this entire thing about Darko versus JJ, but a lot of people were pitching for JJ last year to be our head coach. I'm just going to put it this way. If everything that the Raptors went through last year, the fact that their locker room did not crumble, the fact that you did not hear, guys beefing, yet you didn't hear fights happening, you didn't see bad body language on the court, that is a testament to keeping locker room together. That is a testament to culture. Culture is supposed to present values. Like every country, every household, every school, we all have a culture, and the culture is really your values. What are you promoting and what are you, not promoting, right? Rap has a culture. Basketball has a culture. The general NBA has a culture, right? When you talk to your friend and your friend's like, "Oh, value over replacement, box plus minus, estimated plus minus," that is a symptom of people, hammering home analytics for years, and that has come into the lexicon, which is impacting the way we see the game. 15 years ago, you'd be laughed out of a room for talking analytics when you're talking hoops, right? So that's a part of the culture. But then, when we talk about the individual over the team, that's also a part of the basketball culture, the AAU culture, how we promote sports. And so I do think that it's important that a leader, like a JJ Redick or a Darko Rajakovic really be of service, like really be about, be there to help the people, right? I think that is what keeps the locker room together. You could say what you want about Dwayne Casey, the coach, the basketball mind. I'm sure JJ Redick could talk circles and X's and O's around Dwayne Casey. Not that Dwayne Casey's a dummy, but I'm sure that JJ Redick has read some stuff. He's way more modernized in terms of his approach on basketball and analytics. And, he talks to players and he's super connected with players. He's cool, right? But when the cards are down, players trusted Dwayne Casey. They really trusted him, right? You felt it. Coach Casey, they talk glowingly about this guy to this day. And he got swept by the Wizards, and they still talk well about him. because you can't replace that. You know what I mean? I think the Raptors, more so than most organizations, really prioritize this element of being a good person. I think that they really value that. They've got that in Scottie Barnes. They've got that in RJ Barrett, Emmanuel Quickly. They've got that in their head coach. They got that in their front office. I hope that they will add to that tomorrow. That's it for me. I'm out of here. Make sure to hit like, subscribe, and all that good stuff. If you are planning on commenting tomorrow, please know it's going to be subscribers only. Also, to those of you who have watched 3 hours and 44 minutes and you're like, no, I want to listen to more of this guy. I'm going to be on Player's Choice tomorrow. I think starting at 11 a.m. So if you're subscribed to Player's Choice on the panel, usually very lively debate. I think it's usually like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people watching it at once. It's pretty crazy, the numbers that they pull. I'm not sure what the debate is or what we're going to be talking about, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be draft centric. So definitely come check me out on Player's Choice. Hopefully I don't get cooked, because I definitely got cooked 2 episodes ago. All right. And I'm going to be starting our live stream tomorrow, most likely at 7 o'clock. So it's going to be an hour and a half before the draft. I'm still trying to figure out the perfect way to relay everything. Last year, if y'all recall correctly, I had the TV on behind me. I'm not sure if I'm going to run it the same way tomorrow. Jigsaw Puzzle saying, by the way, Rob, did you see Pat McAfee talk about the Scottie Barnes? Michael Cole was on there too. If you went viral on TikTok for the last Player's Choice podcast, not for a good reason, that I'll tell you. Apparently I did go viral. Oops. I hate that, man. Like, I hate that so much. Last year's live was good. Yeah. We'll do Collins for sure. And it'll be interesting. And then we're gonna do round 2 as well on Thursday. The Raptors have the first pick of round 2. Dan Tolzman addressed that. I myself am very curious, by the way, why it's good for your brand. I don't really think about it that way. I'm not really in it to get views and to go viral. I'm more like, yeah, put your head on the desk again. Did I put my head on the desk, or did I duck my head below the camera? Is Player's Choice on YouTube? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah. Shout outs to my boy Shaq running Player's Choice and getting me on that panel. It's pretty cool. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, I don't think, honestly, this year I'm trying to avoid what happened last year happening again. So I feel like I'm very, very well versed and emotionally prepared. I'm prepared for Zach Edey. I'm prepared for, us passing on Yves Missi. I'm not sure I'm prepared for us passing on Nikola Topic, though. So if we pass on Nikola Topic tomorrow, if he's there at 19 and we pass on him, yes, that is the one thing where you're going to be like, oh my God. Draft live hopefully reaches 1K. I have a feeling it will, man. I'm getting that feeling. I think we clipped around 800 last year and we were half the size. So I feel like a lot of people have been very dormant, but I think, what was it? There was one draft lottery. We were at about 700. That was for the draft lottery. This is for the actual NBA draft. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna clip 1,000. You gonna be competing with Will Liu? How do I answer that without sounding very petty? I don't compete with people like I'm competing with different people. I hope he, I wish them luck, like whatever they're doing, they're going independent. It's cool. I'll be very curious to see if I think it's Hello and Welcome. That's the podcast. I'm very curious to see if, like, without the restraints of Sportsnet, if they're able to leverage their brand to do even more, but they are what they are at this point. Is that really a competition, though? It's not really a competition, honestly. Like, it's not about it. Like, I think we're aiming at two very different things. What am I competing with at this point? Honestly, I'm not competing with shit. I used to think I was competing with Thinking Basketball. Then reality set in. I'm not really doing that right now. I'm not competing with anybody. I'm trying to do something that's meaningful for me. It's very peaceful. Um, there was if y'all remember this video that I just flashed on here, someone went at me on Twitter and said, did you use PowerPoint to make this? And I had to laugh. I laughed so hard. And then I kind of got offended too. I was just like, this guy acting like I don't know how to make a video. And then I sent him my RJ and Scottie video. Like, I don't know, man. Like, as many times as I want to tell myself, like, I got to do this, I got to do that. Like, I think I'm just working through a process here. But I love the community we built up. It's cool, super cool. I'm not really in the mode of trying to tear anyone down or acting like, oh, we got to do better numbers than this guy or that guy. Fuck, man. Who cares? If you're a Raptor fan and you're getting value from Willu, go subscribe to their channel. Great. If you're getting value from Raptors Republic, go check out their paywall and whatever, man. There's plenty of my hope is, honestly, yeah, I'll tell you, like, my real hope is that you come in to any channel, even this channel, especially this channel probably, and you have a renewed excitement and appreciation for the sport that you watch on television. I hope that something that we are doing here is able to give you it's able to enrich your experience. Like, this is an accessory, you know what I mean? Like, it's like putting a spoiler on your car or something, like it's not the car. We are not playing basketball on this channel. We are just augmenting and adjusting and complementing what you're supposed to be, enjoying. And if that means, late night therapy sessions where we vent it out for 3 hours, that's great. And if that means, hype promos in the off season where we make, Scottie Barnes mixes, whatever, trying to make the experience of being a Raptor fan a better thing. And if we have accomplished that, then that is wonderful. And that is all we've ever wanted to do. That's it. Right? You think we will make trades on draft day? No, but I hope we do. I hope we move up. And I hope that it is for Nikola Topic. I don't know, man. Like, I just can't shake how much I like that guy. I really like him. I really do. I think his feel for the game is unparalleled. At his position in this draft, there's no one who sees the game the way he does. It's really impressive. And injuries be damned, I trust the 6 inches between the ears more than any other, measurement. I trust the brain and the love for the game. I know it sounds like a cop-out to say this guy loves the game. They all love the game to some extent, but to what extent? You know what I mean? Do you think IQ and Topic can work? Sure. Yeah, I do. Especially if Topic can learn to knock down the corner three. Again, like, he's a big dude. Like, he's 6'6". People want to talk about the wingspan, etc. He's not exactly undersized, and Emmanuel quickly has a 6'8" wingspan. So it's like, are you going to slot them in as a backup guard duo? Maybe not. But in spurts, could they play? Are they going to be any worse playing together than Andrew Nembhard and Tyrese Halliburton? Probably not. You know what I mean? So it's like, it can work. I mean, as much as we want to talk about who they're going to stop, who's going to stop them? You know what I mean? Like, on the one hand, you have like this lightning quick decision maker who gets downhill at will. I mean, one of the things that Rapsman was talking about was, we don't have guys who can get into the paint. Well, here's a guy who can get into the paint. And the difference is he can really get into the paint. Number one, he can finish once he gets there, and he can tear you apart once he gets there too. I love his fit with Scottie. And the one thing that I'm looking for right now with Scottie is to put him around players who push him. Like, to put him with players who really are able to push him to get to the next level mentally as a basketball player. And I'm not acting like an 18, 19-year-old rookie is going to come in and push him. But we're not that far removed from Dirk Nowitzki and Steve Nash having this sort of symbiotic relationship where they're able to push each other. And I bet anything that if you can get them in an interview, they would say that each of them were very much involved in each other's greatness. You know what I mean? Like, Tupac Shakur and Jada Pinkett Smith, I think, went to the same high school. Like, greatness has a way of accelerating greatness. Iron sharpens iron, all of these things. You don't want Scottie Barnes to be chasing greatness by himself. You want him around people who are also chasing greatness, individual greatness, in the right way, in the team context. You want him around people who are aligned with his values, because I tell you, when you've lost 3-4 games, it's hard. It's hard to get motivated. It's hard to keep pushing in. It's hard to keep putting in the work. And I think Fred and Pascal are a good example of guys who kept each other motivated. It just helps, man. It helps. It accelerates. You are an example. Like, what's the old thing? You are an amalgamation of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Well, guess what? It's not your family anymore. If you're a young basketball player, 19 years old, if you're a Bub Carrington, most likely 3 or 4 of the 5 people you're going to spend the most time with are on your basketball team. You know what I mean? So that's where I think of guys like Cade Cunningham, Jalen Green early on in his career, and these guys who've been put into these terrible situations on these losing teams. It's like, who's pushing you in these situations? You know what I mean? With Scottie, at least there was Fred, there was Pascal, there was OG, there's like winning players around him. These things matter. Breaking. The Brooklyn Nets have agreed in principle to a trade to send Mikal Bridges to New York for Bojan Bogdanovic, 4 unprotected first-round picks, and a protected first-round pick. Wow. If that's real, that's insane. And may I just say, holy shit, Batman, what an overpay. 5 first-round picks, including 4 unprotected for Mikal Bridges. Highway robbery, bro. Damn, what the fuck? I just did that trade in 2K. Holy fuck. Oh, wait, what? Bridges to the Knicks has major OG implications. Well, if you're the Knicks, you make this deal. To everyone saying OG coming home, I think this actually puts more fuel in the OG going back to New York tank, if you want my honest opinion. Yes, this is the captain of the OG Anunoby to Toronto Brigade who is saying this actually makes it more likely that the OG is going to go back to New York. I say that because with Mikal in play, with you not having to give up any of your core pieces, you gave up a contract to get Mikal Bridges, and you gave up 5 first-round picks, right? So the Nets are tearing it down, which is obvious, and they should be. And honestly, Mikal privately, I believe, from what I heard, asked out. So they're not trading him because they don't like him. He was very upset last season. And by the way, if you are an NBA GM out there who just happens to stumble upon this clip, let it be known, trading for Dennis Schroeder is never, ever, ever going to improve your team chemistry, no matter how much you think it is. Yeah, there was a situation last year in Brooklyn, if I recall correctly, where they faced the Detroit Pistons two games in a row, and Mikal Bridges was pretty bought in at that point. And there was some rumblings that he wasn't super happy, but he was still committed. And I believe they sat out against the Bucks. They like rested their starters. They let him play his like couple minutes to keep his Iron Man streak going or whatever, but they tanked the game, and he just couldn't understand it, I think. And then there were some other implications with ownership and stuff. So yes, I believe that Mikal Bridges was not happy being there. So yeah, Bridges still getting 21, 23, and 25. Yeah. Well, I mean, in fairness, if you look at it from the Knicks perspective, you can probably argue those picks are not going to be very good. There's also some maybe idea that they could trade 24 and 25 to at least somebody for future picks, right? Yeah. So I think this actually puts a lot of fuel in the fire for the Knicks to go out and sign OG to whatever contract he wants, because you're now a legit title contender. You still have Julius Randle on the books. Not sure what you do with him, but with Mikal Bridges, now the other side of this, if you're OG, is where are you now on the pecking order for the Knicks? If your goal, if you were upset, playing fourth fiddle in the offense, now you're in your prime. You want to go play fourth fiddle on New York? You know what I mean? I think this also opens up the conversation for Cleveland. You know what I mean? Cleveland has Jared Allen, Evan Mobley, Darius Garland, Donovan Mitchell. I can almost guarantee one of those players is not going to be a Cavs next year. So, Mohamed Lay is saying Randall and Robinson gone. Yeah, someone's going to have to trade for those guys. And I'm not really sure what kind of value Julius Randle has as a draft pick, right? Sorry, as an asset right now. I think who this does have implications for is Isaiah Hartenstein. So, yeah. Is OG going to come off the bench? Where does he play? OG is definitely not coming off the bench here. So the starting lineup in this case would likely be Jalen Brunson, Dante DiVincenzo, Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, and Mitchell Robinson, right? Or wait, holy shit, hold on, you're right. So move Dante to the bench. So it'd be Jalen Brunson, Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, Julius Randle, and Mitchell Robinson. Hypothetically, you could also move Julius Randle to the 5. You could play a little bit you could play a little bit small because Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby are really just that good. And then you would have Josh Hart and the East just got way better because you just took a team that is going to be horrible next year and made them even more horrible in the Nets. And you just took a team that could have been up there for 50 wins and took them to a team that might win 58 wins. So this is, according to Alexander B, this is the trade details. The Knicks, Mikal Bridges, the Nets get Bogdanovich, 4 unprotected first-round picks. One protected first-round pick, oh my God, 1 unprotected pick swap. And yikes. When you compare what the Nets just got for Mikal Bridges to what the Raptors got for OG Anunoby and Pascal Siakam, holy shit. And I think Pascal Siakam's a better player than Mikal Bridges. I really do. That's crazy. That is insanity, man. I really I mean, what the fuck? I like Mikal Bridges a lot. This is insanity, though. However, it is worth noting. I don't know what those picks are. If they're all the Knicks' own picks, they must believe long term that OG is coming back, that Mikal Bridges is going to stay healthy, etc. But I don't see Mikal as an all-star. I see him as a little bit below that. To give up 5, 6, whatever first-round picks, you know who I would have rather gone after with this package? Lauri Markkanen. I would have rather gone after Lauri Markkanen than Mikal Bridges with this package. Honestly. Lauri would be just an interesting fit to replace Julius Randle, and then you can explore Julius Randle trades, etc. Mikal Bridges, the one big thing with him is just that contract. But if you sign OG Anunoby, you are locking yourself into you're locking yourself into basically a 2-year window to get it done. If you do not get it done in 2 years, this team becomes way too expensive. Dante DiVincenzo is not coming back with that money. Josh Hart, he's already at $20 million next year, 4-year deal. Jalen Brunson is not coming back with this money. This is just not a core that you can keep together. And I don't see a single superstar on that core. The closest thing you have is Jalen Brunson. I still think you're below the Boston Celtics. Yeah. But this firmly, if they keep OG, if they somehow manage, I'm not even sure if they can, but if they can keep Isaiah Hartenstein, if they just if they just bring it back and OG's just hey, you got Mikal Bridges. I really want to win a championship in New York. I'll take 35, 34 million instead of the 40. And Isaiah Hartenstein has a similar, effect. I just love this team. I want to win, blah, 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 blah. If they really do get the buy-in, if they pay them under the table, I don't know. Yeah, I could see the Knicks being the second best team in the East. Yeah. I'm not really sure Garland's worth it, to be honest. I was really high on Garland, but yeah, I'm not really sure. If the Knicks didn't have Jalen Brunson, I would have put them as number 1 in the sweepstakes for Trae Young. But yeah. Damn, would you have taken 5 firsts from OG? for the deal we got? That's a really good question, right? So it really depends on the first because like it's easy to say like I mean people get very enamored with first round picks. I don't think it's just like the 5 first. I think it's also like the pick swap. It's going to be a lot of like what I'm curious to see is did you get a 2030 Knicks pick? Did you get a 2032? Did you get a 2029 Knicks unprotected pick? Because if you did, there's a very good chance the Knicks are a dumpster fire at that point, right? So Leon Rose is like betting the house on this. You don't do this unless you're going all in, and you don't go all in unless you think OG is coming back, man. I think this puts a fork in the OG Anunoby to Toronto brigade. But let's hope I'm still right. I don't know. It's okay. Abdul saying it's 2025, 2027, 2029, 2031. That's the 4 picks. And those are all unprotected. Jesus. Well, good luck. I think this should probably paint a very, favorable picture of how much the Boston Celtics deserve credit for how they built their team. They didn't give up like 3 first-round picks for Kristaps Porzingis. They didn't give up 3 first-round picks for Derek White. Argue me all day whether Mikal Bridges is a better player than Derek White right now. Watch the Knicks get no one in free agency. Still think OG should go to Thunder or Philly if you can. I think you should go to Toronto if you can. LOL, that is a trade for Durant. I'll have to look that up. Credit to Brad Stevens. Yes. OG is going to the Sixers. Why not the Toronto Raptors? Anyways, I gotta end this live. Enough. Thank you so much to Zero Sum and Christian Burton for the super chats here. My only issue with Bub is that he needs strength, and Raptors may be in for Shamet, part of a trade up. I've always liked Landry Shamet, but the last 2 years I haven't, so I'm not really sure how I feel about taking on that salary unless, we're completely just relegating ourselves to using our cap. OG is staying in New York. I think Leon Rose went for his home run after getting a confirmation from Team OG. That is one way of looking at it. Devil's advocate. Mikal Bridges is OG Anunoby insurance. Because you're losing it for nothing, and you'd rather Mikal, like you have to look at it this differently. Like the Knicks do not value first round picks the same way other teams do. But yes, that is a massive haul. It puts you out of a lot of trades, a Stepien rule. You know what I mean? And the Knicks are choosing a direction here. They're choosing to be a cap team. They're choosing to be a second apron team. They're choosing to be a very expensive roster. I would have understood this a little bit more if it was for Donovan Mitchell, because you're getting like a real star there with like top 10 potential. I think they might have sold themselves a little bit too early on Mikal Bridges, man. Like he's not a spring chicken either. I'm pretty sure he's 28 years old. Let me just check this out for 1 sec. Like you better hope Mikal Bridges is a lot closer to the player he was 2 years ago than he was last year. Because like the player he was last year, yikes. You know what I mean? Like not great. Let me just check this out here for 1 sec. So in terms of so Mikal's 28, and he's a pretty wiry athlete. He's been very healthy, so that's worth noting. But I can make a very, very solid case that his absolute best season was 2020, 2021, and that he has been on a steady downward decline ever since. That he has never touched the peak production that he had at 24. If you're the New York Knicks, like, okay, the only year where you could say there was like a bit of a pop was 2022, 2023, the first year they got traded to Brooklyn. He had a 21.0 PER. He had a 60% true shooting. He had a box minus of 3.3. Bro, at this guy's absolute best, he has not been a better player than Zach LaVine. I think that is worth noting. Like peak per peak, Zach LaVine had a better peak. Bradley Beal had a better peak. And you just gave up like crazy money. I think there is a huge value to be had on his contract because he's absolutely underpaid. And he's one of the best contracts in the NBA. but this is just not the player that you go all in for at this at this point, right? You think he puts you over the edge, especially if you get OG Anunoby. I get it. But yes, this to me is a very, very strong indication that they believe that they've got OG in the bag. All right. Nets got their pick back. Honestly, this is the type of deal that I would have loved for the Raptors to take. And yeah, like I think to the question, RJ Barrett plus Emmanuel Quickly or 5 first-round picks. I don't know, man. Another? Are you having a delayed reaction or we've been talking about this? Is this another Woj bomb? Am I gonna have to stay up all night? What's going on here? Brooklyn has a deal with Houston to return the Nets 2026 first round for 2027. Rockets also acquire what? Okay, I need to look up Twitter here for 1 second here. 1 sec. Okay, let's see. So the deal is Brooklyn has a deal with Houston to return the Nets 2026 first round pick for a 2027 Phoenix first round pick. The Rockets also acquire 2025 right to swap between Houston OKC first for a 2025 Suns first round pick. More details and coming on picks later. Okay, cool. So, two trades very quickly, and both of them involve the Nets. Look up Durant's trade tree, Rob. The Nets essentially turned Kevin Durant into something like 9 unprotected first round picks, a bunch of seconds, and Cam Johnson. Yeah, that's very awesome. And you know what? Like, I would love to get a couple of those firsts back for them in exchange for Ben Simmons and then just wave and stretch Ben Simmons. That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, the Nets are like the most directionless team right now. They don't have a franchise player. They don't even have anyone who's remotely a franchise player. Who are you building around? Cam Thomas? Nets finally tanking, I guess. Well, they have chosen a great time. Cooper Flag and AJ Devonsta back to back. I mean, the Nets, I can finally say, I think the Nets know what they're doing. That's great. Mikal Bridges is exactly the type of player that Masai Ujiri would like squander a tanking season on. And I don't appreciate that about thing. Jordy set them straight. Yeah. And this is why you hire a rookie coach so that he can take his L's. Yeah. Big building around Lita, Dennis. Oh my God. Dennis Schroeder is like most shots for me, bro. Dennis Schroeder about to average a triple double next year. 10 fouls, 10 turnovers, and 10 points per game next year. All right. Does that mean OG gone? No, it absolutely does not mean OG gone. It actually means more likely OG is going back to New York. All right. Oh my God, Houston apparently is trying to hold the Suns picks hostage for Durant. I don't get it. 10 interviews? What? Love it. All right. Is there any player in Raptors history that was more inconsequential to the overall product on the floor that remains more hated than Dennis Schroeder? I can't think of one. Maybe Michael Bradley, Alexander Radojevic. Are there others? Rafael Arujo? Ah, yes. 10 interviews. I get it. Bulls and Nets rebuilding, which means Raps climbing up the standings. There you go. The Toronto Raptors will make the playoffs by default because there won't be more than 9 teams trying to make the playoffs next year. DeMar Carroll. I still feel DeMar Carroll, due to longevity, was more consequential. Woj saying Rockets want to trade for KD. That's wild, bro. Kevin Durant in Houston. They have the picks. They have everything to make it happen. And if the Suns are not like completely stupid, they probably jump at that. They're going nowhere. Like the Suns, as they're currently structured, are absolutely, they're out of the championship. Bradley Beal was the final nail in the coffin. If you can trade Kevin Durant for Amen Thompson, Alperen Şengün, fillers, and a couple picks, I think you take it and run for the fucking pills, bro. And I love KD, but he's 35 years old. I also want to say the Houston Rockets, as much as I appreciate this mandate on winning and stuff, from Fred VanVleet to now this, like, y'all can trade for KD, you can trade every young player and pick, you're still not winning a championship next year. It just, why? Like, they're so short-sighted. I don't get it. And I mean, maybe I do get it because Raphael Stone, frankly, to me, has always been stupid. Hito was a signing, not a trade. Or was it a trade? Was it a sign-in trade? It might have been a sign-in trade. Rockets can't help but shoot themselves in the foot. Well, if they can do Tari Eason plus Cam Whitmore plus Jalen Green plus, like, if they can basically empty out the coffers of the young assets without touching Alperen Şengün and Amen Thompson and Jabari Smith, like if they can keep those 3 guys out of the trade, I don't know. Would you trade Fred VanVleet plus young players plus picks to get, like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't see the value of holding on to an aging Kevin Durant. Like, it just let the man go, let him go chase championships, but he's not winning them in Houston. I'll tell you that. Ideally, Dan Fruitman trade 4-way. Yes, I remember that. Yes, I do. Rockets can't help but shoot themselves in the foot. Yeah. Anyways, man, I'll talk to y'all later. 4 hours and 16 minutes is live is crazy, but hey, the 416, that is crazy. That's great. All of our lives should be 4 hours and 16 minutes from now. And if they don't hit 4 hours and 16 minutes, they should hit 6 hours and 47 minutes. All right. Talk to y'all later. Have a good one. Enjoy the next 20 hours or so. I will see you guys at 7 o'clock tomorrow. Peace.